Chapter 777. Meet the enemy clatter. Clatter of chains was heard again. The second batch of young martial kings were also female martial artists. Unfortunately, some of them were also captured. However, they were not tortured as badly as the male martial artists. Shout for Yi Fei to come out and save you. As long as he comes out, you can live. Wang Hong ordered loudly. Bah, even if we die, we will not help you evil people. We of the North region may not have the strength, but we have the backbone. Finally finding a chance to get close to Wang Hong, the female martial kings of the North region did the same thing at the same time. They opened their mouths and spat on Wang Hong's face. As a half-step almighty, he had never been humiliated like this. Wang Hong was so angry that his face was distorted. He roared loudly, "Kill! Kill these reckless cheese!" Stop! The Divine Fist sect could be indifferent to the death of the martial artists of the North region. However, the eyes of Jing Wushou and the others were already red. After all, they came from the same place. These were their brothers and sisters. There were even some familiar faces among them. Let me go. I want to save them. Some impulsive people were already about to rush out in anger. Boom! It was also at this moment that a violent explosion came from the treasury. The treasury of the Divine Fist sect was still unable to completely withstand the pressure of Yi Fei's cultivation and was torn apart. Xiao Chao immediately returned to the beast-marked space. Yi Fei's eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. His spiritual consciousness also swept across the sea. He was immediately stunned. I didn't expect the Sky Sword sect and Divine Dragon Island to act so quickly. Those people are... Damn it. They actually used the martial artists of the North region to threaten me. Yi Fei could not suppress his anger. After all, they came from the same place. Even if Yi Fei did not care about the deaths of the others, there was one person among them that Yi Fei had to save, and that was Lu Xiaoyang. I didn't expect that even Lu Xiaoyang would be captured. Speaking of which, Lu Xiaoyang played a huge role in my victory in the Battle of Legacy. I can't just watch this guy die like this. Yi Fei no longer hesitated. The moment he came out of the treasury, he had already rushed to the mountain peak where everyone was standing. Yi Fei, Sacred King Yi, you must save them. Damned Heavenly Sword sect. They've already killed 10. Jing Wushou and the others were gritting their teeth. If it wasn't for Wu Jun of the Divine Fist sect blocking the way, they would have already rushed out. What? 10 people have been killed? Only now did Yi Fei realize that he was still a step too late. 10 Northern Region martial artists had actually been killed in front of everyone. Now, the Heaven Sword sect didn't even spare those female martial artists. Heavenly Sword sect, you've gone too far. If you have any problems, come at me. Yi Fei was as angry as a lion as he walked to the front. Saint King Yi, it's Yi Fei. He came to save us. Many Northern Region martial artists, who had been tormented to the point of numbness, finally regained some of their spirit when they saw Yi Fei appear. Wang Hong's eyes immediately followed their gazes and stared at Yi Fei. If you want to save them, come out obediently and fight with me. Wang Hong let out a sinister laugh. Several disciples of the Heaven Sword sect also sneered and placed the swords in their hands on the necks of every Northern Region martial artist. Wang Hong spoke again. Yi Fei, I'll give you 20 breaths of time to consider. Listen to my orders. After 20 breaths, if Yi Fei doesn't come out to fight, kill all these Northern Region martial artists for me. Yes, Sect Master. The swords of the disciples of the Heavens Sword sect all shone with a chilling light. Demon Cloud Old Man couldn't help but admire Wang Hong's vicious plan. He actually thought of such a way to force Yi Fei to fight. But this is good too. When they and the Divine Fist sect are both injured, it will be my chance. Humph! Demon Cloud Old Man took a few steps back coldly. On Mount Wuji, Xiaofeng and a group of elders all stood in front of Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, you can't be fooled. Our formation can last for half a year. As long as you cultivate well, you may have a chance to break through the earth-penetrating power realm. At that time, you can take revenge however you want. Yi Fei understood that Xiaofeng was being kind. But looking at the hopeful eyes outside and the furious eyes of Jing Wushou and the others, he sighed. Sec Master, don't worry. I'll be fine. There's no need to wait until now to take revenge. Old man of the Heaven Sword Sect, you said it yourself. As long as I go out, you'll let them go. Yifei looked at Wang Hong angrily. Wang Hong let out a sinister laugh. Hee hee, of course I'll let them go. Let them go. The disciples of the Heaven Sword Sect immediately let go of their swords. The captured Northern Region martial artists saw a chance to live and hurriedly ran toward the Divine Fist sect. At this time, the complacency on Wang Hong's face turned into ruthlessness and killing intent. He ordered coldly, "Go after them now and kill them all." Yes. The disciples of the Heaven Sword Sect who received the order immediately rushed out to kill all the escaping Northern Region martial artists. Stop. Yifei was completely furious. Although he knew that this was Wang Hong's trick to force him to go out, looking at his compatriots who were in trouble outside, especially Lu Zhaoyang, he couldn't help but feel angry. He couldn't watch them die. Kill. Yifei rushed out of the defensive formation furiously. This also shocked Xiafeng and the other elders of the Divine Fist sect. With their eyesight, of course, they could see that Yifei hadn't broken through to the 10th level Wu Jun yet. The sect master of the Heaven Sword sect outside was a half-mighty figure, not to mention the Lord of the Divine Dragon Island, who was watching from behind. Yifei, don't be rash. Xiafeng and Xiajing looked at each other and suddenly rushed to Yifei together. Yifei, you are our biggest hope to fight against the Divine Dragon Island and the Heaven Sword sect. Even if we have to use force, we can't let you go out to die. Yifei didn't say anything. He just released all his combat strength. Xiafeng and Xiajing were shocked to find that even if they joined forces, they couldn't stop Yifei. Instead, they were shocked to the side by Yifei's powerful aura. Their faces flashed with great surprise. How was it possible? How can Yifei have the aura of a half-mighty figure in such a short time? Junior brother Yi, let's help you. Seeing Yifei rush out, Jing Wushou, Shi Feng, Long Gang, Chun Feng, and the other martial artists of the Northern Region followed Yifei without hesitation. Although they couldn't help Yifei kill the enemy, they could save the martial artists of the Northern Region who were escaping. A fierce light flashed in Yifei's eyes. The moment he rushed out, a huge sword light burst out and slashed forward. With just one slash, all the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect who were chasing after him were smashed into pieces. But that was all Yifei could do. Chapter 778. Shocking the world. Yifei, return my son's life. Wang Hong had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Wang Han was his most valued son, but Yifei killed him just because he killed a few trashy individual cultivators. This is unforgivable. Han I'll avenge you now. Sky Sword Slash. Boom. It was the same Sky Sword Slash, but the Sky Sword Slash executed by Wang Hong, who was a half-step almighty, was extremely terrifying. A beam of sword light shattered the sky, tore through the void, and slashed towards Yifei's body. Seeing the sword light descending, Yifei's face turned solemn. He took a deep breath and activated his sword Dao in an instant. Heaven's Sealing Sword. Yifei's body was like a sword, releasing a blazing sword light. Then, the light formed a huge sword vortex, swirling towards the sky and stopping the descending speed of Wang Hong's Sky Sword Slash. Wang Hong was shocked. What kind of martial art is this? It can actually block my Sky Sword Slash. However, this sword technique is not enough to kill my son. Yifei, I want you dead. Earth Sword Slash. The instant the first sword light was blocked, Wang Hong once again slashed out. This time, an even more terrifying sword light appeared. The most special thing was that the Earth Sword Slash's sword light was actually able to fuse with the Heaven Sword Slash's sword light to create an even more powerful sword intent. Heaven and Earth is one. Oh no, my Heaven Sealing Sword can no longer block it. Yifei's face changed when the two beams of sword light merged. Then, he roared angrily. I must stop him. I can lose in anything, but I can't lose in Sword Dao. The sword was Yifei's pride. It was also the reason why Yifei was so confident in becoming stronger. Sky Burying Form. Since the heaven-sealing sword alone could not block it, Yi Fei immediately executed the sky-burying form. A dazzling beam of sword light went against the sky again, slashing forward. Following Yi Fei's sword light, it was as if heaven and earth were being buried. Wang Hong's sword of heaven and earth stopped again. Run! Yi Fei stood alone in the sky, facing Wang Hong's crazy attacks. On the surface of the sea below, Jing Wushou and the others quickly rushed to the injured warriors of the North region and brought them back to the Divine Fist sect as quickly as possible. Where do you think you're going? Kill them all. Let these lowly Northern region martial artists be buried with the young master. The elders of the Sky Sword sect where Sky was trying to kill Jing Wushou and the others. Wang Hong's heaven and earth. Xiaofeng let out a long sigh. His face suddenly darkened as he ordered the elders of the Divine Fist sect. Follow me out and help these North region warriors. Boom! Suddenly, the Divine Fist gate's defensive formation started shaking violently. At some point in time, the Divine Dragon Island's island master had raised his fishing rod and hooked up a huge sea beast in the sea. Then, he smashed it over, blocking Xiaofeng's rescue. Divine Fist sect, your opponent is me. As long as Divine Dragon Island is here, you won't be able to save anyone. Demon Cloud Old Man sneered and turned to look in Yi Fei's direction. The Demon Cloud Old Man, Xiaofeng, and the elders of the Divine Fist sect narrowed their eyes when they saw what was inside. Yi Fei's sky-burying form was too terrifying. He actually suppressed Wang Hong's heaven and earth integration. In the end, he completely shattered Wang Hong's sword light with a single slash. Wang Hong was also shocked, but soon he sneered and said, "So you have an imperial-level sword technique. No wonder you could kill my son." Unfortunately, Sky Sword Sect also has an imperial-level sword technique. Yi Fei, take my sword cutting heaven and earth. Boom! A divine weapon appeared in Wang Hong's hand again. It suddenly changed from a one-handed sword to a two-handed sword. Then, the two swords merged into one. A heaven sword slash and an earth sword slash. The two sword lights formed two sword chi rainbows. They merged with each other and rolled down, tearing the sea in half. Yi Fei's expression finally changed. From these two sword lights, he could sense that they were even more powerful than before. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the Sky Destroyer sword with all his strength. Sky Burying form, Sky Swallowing form, Sky Burning form, Sky Destroyer sword. 4 swords as one, Void sword fire. Yi Fei's face was cold. Although he hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of the God of War path, he had further comprehended the essence of the Sky Destroyer sword. At this moment, Yi Fei was combining the Sky Destroyer sword and the Devouring sword intent to release a new sword technique. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared behind him. In the void, the sword fire exploded and lit up the entire sky. It turned into a huge furnace. Endless sword fire erupted from a void and formed a huge pillar of sword fire. It collided with Wang Hong's heaven and earth slash. Yi Fei, this is the legacy of the glory sect that you have obtained. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Heaven and earth as one, slay gods and demons. Wang Hong roared furiously. Suddenly, he merged with the heaven and earth. In this state, Wang Hong's combat strength reached its peak. He struck out with his sword furiously. Streaks of heaven and earth slash formed a sword storm that was scarier than a waterfall. It swept back and tore the sword fire in half. Then, it rushed towards Yi Fei. Wang Hong's face was ferocious. He slashed down with his sword fiercely. Boom! Yi Fei's void sword fire couldn't take it anymore and was shattered by the sword. However, Yi Fei didn't cower. The battle intent on his body grew even stronger, and the look in his eyes suddenly turned crazed. Kill! Yi Fei held the Phoenix Blood Sword. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward fiercely and engaged in the most dangerous and intense close combat with Wang Hong. As the two of them fought, the surrounding seawater no longer existed. Instead, it formed a huge sword vortex that flowed in reverse. Yi Fei and Wang Hong's figures were in this vortex. They constantly struck out with their swords. However, even though Wang Hong had entered the heaven and man unity state and raised his combat strength to its peak, he was shocked and terrified to find that he couldn't do anything to Yi Fei. The number of times the two of them clashed had exceeded 300. Yi Fei was still undefeated. Yi Fei was still able to resist. At the same time, Yi Fei even launched his most ferocious counterattack. How is this possible? How long has it been? This Yi Fei actually has the combat strength of a half-step almighty. The demon cloud old man retracted his gaze. Deep fear and horror flashed in his eyes. The demon cloud old man would have definitely regretted provoking Yi Fei if he didn't have an absolutely safe trump card. Ha ha ha, good. I, Xiafeng, have indeed made the right choice. As the successor of an ancient sacred sect, Yi Fei isn't easy to deal with. Perhaps with Yi Fei, our divine fist sect can also dominate the outer sea. Xiafeng was very happy. Zheng Guang was also so shocked that he was trembling all over. They knew that they had definitely placed their bets on the right person this time. Although Yi Fei wasn't as powerful as Zhao Qianjun, the combat strength that Yi Fei had displayed was definitely enough to shock the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could dominate the outer sea. On the other hand, Wang Hong was getting more and more grieved. As he was entangled by Yi Fei, he couldn't attack the Divine Fist sect or the Northern Region warriors who had escaped. He could only watch helplessly as the Northern Region warriors who had been captured with great difficulty were safely brought back to the Divine Fist sect. Chapter 779. Pinnacle Sword Daoboom. After 300 sword strikes, Wang Hong fell into a frenzy. He quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between them. At the same time, sword light shone from his body like a tsunami in a hurricane. Even more miraculously, it had completely fused with this world. Yi Fei faintly had a bad feeling. He knew that Wang Hong was about to use a powerful killing move. Holding the Phoenix Blood Sword, Yi Fei quickly chased after Wang Hong. Stop him. I need time. The sect master has ordered us to kill. If you can't stop Yi Fei, we'll wipe out your entire clan. The Sky Sword sect's elders laughed coldly. When Wang Hong retreated, many Wu Juns who were forced to come over became the best cannon fodder for the Sky Sword sect. They were filled with the will to die. For the safety of their clan, they had no choice but to charge forward in groups and attack Yi Fei with all their might. Those who block me will die. Yi Fei didn't know why Wang Hong retreated, but he knew that he had to stop Wang Hong. He had no intention of tangling with these Wu Juns. A sword light forced these people back. Shortly after, Yi Fei tore through the void with his bare hands and used the Great Void Step. He directly passed by those Wu Juns and appeared in front of Wang Hong again. But this way, Yi Fei still wasted some time. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Hong finally completed the final step. Roar! Wang Hong suddenly roared. His roar was incomparably terrifying. It wasn't the sound of a sword, but the sound of the heavens. It shook many nearby Wu Juns and caused them to vomit blood and fall into the sea. Yi Fei, I admit that you're very strong. So strong that you can even compete with the Central State's geniuses. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have killed my son. You shouldn't have offended my Sky Sword sect. When Wang Hong said these words, he was incomparably cold. It was as if he had lost all human emotions. He coldly raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The clouds in the sky suddenly turned into a sword of cloud aura. With a terrifying sword whistle, it slashed down. He pointed at the surface of the sea, and the seawater suddenly surged violently, forming a huge mountain of water, swords that rose from the ground and slashed upwards. Finally, Wang Hong raised the sacred artifact sword in his hand. His entire body suddenly disappeared, but the sword in his hand rapidly expanded. Heaven, earth, and man, 3 swords as one. Yi Fei, take the strongest sword of our Sky Sword sect. Boom! Wang Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. He used the clouds as a sword, the sea as a sword, and his body as a sword. He used the Sky Sword sect's strongest sword technique in an attempt to kill Yi Fei. At the same time, this was a sure kill move. When Wang Hong used such a move, It meant that he had completely given up on the legacy of Glory's sect. Right now, Wang Hong only wanted Yi Fei's life. Crazy, this Wang Hong is crazy. Even if your son is dead, you don't have to destroy the inheritance of the sage sect. The demonic cloud, old man's face, was extremely ugly. He was still hoping to obtain the inheritance of the Glory sect to extend his remaining lifespan, and Wang Hong actually wanted to destroy his hope. The demonic cloud, old man, immediately regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have crushed the jade talisman hidden on his body, but he was still one step too late. Wang Hong's 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man had been fully launched. The demonic cloud, old man, and Xiaofeng's faces changed at the same time. Jing Wushou, Zhao Xinian, and the others' faces all changed. The Sky Sword sect and Wu Jun of Divine Dragon Island all widened their eyes. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat when he saw the sword light descending. He had a feeling that his annihilation sword might not be able to withstand such a top-notch sword Dao. After all, the main function of the Sky Destroyer sword was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. Its power was not outstanding compared to other Emperor-level martial arts. On the contrary, the Sky Sword sect's 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man seemed to have reached the peak of sword technique. Vaguely, Wu Jun's momentum, which was suppressing Yi Fei, had become the momentum of sword technique. It's actually sword momentum? Yi Fei was very shocked when he sensed the sword aura. He had long heard of the existence of sword momentum, but he had never been able to comprehend it. He had never expected to sense a trace of sword momentum pressure from Wang Hong's body. That's right, this is sword momentum. Yi Fei, you're also a sword cultivator. It's an honor for you to die under the sword momentum of the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. Wang Hong's gaze was cold. He transformed into a sword, and at the same time, drew upon the power of heaven and earth to shatter the void and shatter the firmament. The 3 swords of light pierced towards Yi Fei's body in an extremely terrifying manner. At this moment, Yi Fei also moved. He did not retreat. Instead, he licked his lips. His eyes flashed with madness and an intense fighting spirit. So what if it's sword momentum? Unless you comprehend it yourself, just a trace of sword momentum from your sword technique won't be able to scare me. Kill. Have a taste of my void sword fire. Rumble. A huge demonic sword appeared above Yi Fei's head once again. Very quickly, it turned into a huge black hole in the void. Endless sword fire, like a pillar of fire, crashed towards the 3 swords of light descending from the sky. Wang Hong let out a sinister laugh. My body is like a sword, and my mind is like a sword. My heart is like a sword. I am the sword, and the sword is me. You are just an ordinary person, yet you wish to withstand the sword of heaven and earth. Yi Fei shook his head coldly. I'm ordinary, but my heart is extraordinary. My sword is also extraordinary. Void sword fire, erupt with all your might. Bam, 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 bam. The void above his head became even more terrifying. Yi Fei activated all 12 primordial spirits in his body. The terrifying sword fire filled the sky, burning the heaven and earth in an attempt to shatter the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. It's useless. The 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man represent this heaven and earth. As long as the heaven and earth are not destroyed, the sword light will not be extinguished. Yi Fei, there's only one path for you, and that is death. Kaboom! The sword light was resplendent. Wang Hong's figure could not be seen. Only the terrifying 3 swords were still descending. They pressed Yi Fei from the sky to the sea, and then from the sea to the deeper depths of the sea. Creak! Yi Fei could clearly hear that his nether sword fire was unable to withstand the pressure of the sword aura. Perhaps in another second, or even less time, his nether sword fire would definitely not be able to withstand the terrifying 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. But even in such a dangerous situation, Yi Fei still did not cower. This is a battle of swordsmanship, and also a battle of martial arts. It concerns my martial heart. I can't retreat, and I can't lose. Even if I die, I'll take Wang Hong's head. Fight! Yi Fei's eyes suddenly flashed with extreme madness. Just as the void sword fire shattered, the sound of a volcano erupting suddenly came from his body. The 11 primordial spirits erupted at the same time, like 11 volcanoes erupting violently. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance bloomed in the boundless void. My heart is like a sword. Sky Destroyer sword slash. Roar. Yi Fei roared. In one breath, the power of 11 primordial spirits erupted, forming a terrifying demonic sword that was hundreds of meters long. It shattered the void and also shattered 2 of the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. Poof. Wang Hong, who had transformed into a sword, was finally forced out of the union of man and sword. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. What a terrifying power of the primordial spirit! His power of the primordial spirit is several times more terrifying than a half-almighty like me. He is actually a genius with multiple primordial spirits. Such a genius was extremely rare even in the central continent. Wang Hong would never have dreamed that such a genius would appear in the desolate outer sea. Even Zhao Qianjun from back then could not reach Yi Fei's level. Wu Jun, who was at the 8th level, could injure a half-almighty and shatter the sword of heaven and earth that was eternal with heaven and earth. Chapter 780. Invulnerability following his will. The human sword was like a mountain, like a huge wave, ruthlessly slashing apart Yi Fei's sword light, and then mercilessly landing on Yi Fei's body. Rumble. The explosion of the sword of man caused the seawater within a few thousand meters to evaporate, forming a vacuum in the sea. Vast amounts of water vapor continued to rise. At the same time, the water vapor was filled with the smell of blood. There's the smell of blood. Yi Fei must have been killed by the sect leader. Haha, that's great. That terrifying warrior from the north region is finally dead. The outer sea belongs to the sky, sword sect again. The sea mist filled the air, and Yi Fei did not appear for a long time. The disciples of the sky sword sect all cheered. Wang Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Yi Fei, so what if you're a genius? You'll still die under my heaven, earth, and man swords. Really? I'll die. Why don't I feel that way? Just as Wang Hong was feeling extremely pleased with himself, a golden figure suddenly charged out of the sea fog that pervaded the air. Yi Fei, it's Yi Fei. He's not dead. Xiao Feng and the elders of the Divine Fist sect were shocked. Even they were not confident that they could withstand Wang Hong's heaven, earth, and man swords. However, not only did Yi Fei withstand it, but he also did not seem to be seriously injured. As expected of Junior Brother Yi, I knew that Junior Brother Yi would never fail in the sword principle. Jing Wushou and Shi Feng were extremely excited. Yi Fei, it's Yi Fei. I didn't expect to be saved by him again. At this time, Lu Xiaoyang had been rescued and had recovered a little. He and the rescued warriors from the north region looked at Yi Fei with gratitude. They knew that Yi Fei fought so hard not only because he was unwilling to admit defeat in the sword principle, but also because he wanted to buy more time for them. Holy King Yi, go for it. Yes, go for it. Yi Fei, go for it. The Sage King is invincible. The Sage King is invincible. The northern region martial artists suddenly roared. Soon after, Jing Wushou, Elder Tang, and the other rogue cultivators like Wu Jun also roared. In the end, even many of the Zheng family's martial artists couldn't help but shout along. His voice shook the outer sea, and the Sage King was undefeated. Yi Fei's magnificent feat of blocking the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man had undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale. On the other hand, the alliance between Sky Sword Sect and Divine Dragon Island had scared many people out of their wits. Even the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man can't kill him. Wang Hong, just what the hell are you doing? Many elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect voiced their displeasure at Wang Hong. The Heavenly Sword Sect was domineering to outsiders, but they were also very cruel to their own people. If Wang Hong was unable to take up the position of sect master, These elders of the Heavenly Sword sect would definitely chase him off the sect master's throne. Wang Hong was shocked and enraged by the elders' curses. He roared furiously, "Shut up, all of you. He might be able to block my first strike, but he definitely won't be able to block my second strike. Yi Fei, take this." Heaven slash. Boom. Wang Hong didn't give Yi Fei a chance to stand firm. Once again, he slashed down mercilessly with his sword. This also made Xiaofeng and the others nervous. Yi Fei blocked the first 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. He's already exhausted all his strength. He definitely won't be able to resist Wang Hong for long. All elders, listen up. We must save Yi Fei at all costs. Xiaofeng and Xiajing looked at each other and led a large group of Divine Fist sect elders out of the defensive formation. Demon Cloud, old man, sneered. "Divine Fist sect, your opponent is us. No one is allowed to interfere in the battle between Yi Fei and the Sky Sword sect." Monarch Shark fishing. Demon Cloud, old man, was indeed terrifying. He swung his fishing rod and actually pulled over a deserted island. It flew up into the sky and smashed towards Xiaofeng and the others like a meteor. Wang Hong also seized this opportunity and launched his fiercest attack on Yi Fei. Heaven slash. Before the first beam of sword light landed, the second beam of sword light had already appeared. Yi Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. A half almighty is indeed terrifying, but I will never admit defeat. As he spoke, Yi Fei gritted his teeth. The golden light around him suddenly turned into a purple gold light. It was extremely dazzling like the sun and enveloped Yi Fei. Purple gold Tai Chi. Killing Emperor Realm Empty Fist. Boom! Within the purple gold Tai Chi ball, Yi Fei was like an ancient human ancestor. His fist exuded a vast and ancient aura. As he punched, the heavens and the earth dimmed. Only the purple gold fist was infinitely enlarged. The moment Wang Hong drew his sword, it hit Wang Hong's body. Wah! Wang Hong screamed and looked at his shattered left arm in disbelief. He sensed danger and immediately tried to fend off the attack with his sword. The strange thing was that the purple gold fist intent actually ignored his attack and defense and directly hit his body. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Wang Hong's 2 beams of sword light also hit Yi Fei's purple gold Tai Chi mercilessly. Yi Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, his purple gold Tai Chi was unintentionally comprehended. Even he himself didn't know how much potential the purple gold Tai Chi had. Just now, he could rely on the purple gold Tai Chi to block the final sword of the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. That was the power of 11 primordial spirits. Now, he only had 1 primordial spirit. Could it block the power of the 2 swords? Sigh. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. He was already prepared to escape with serious injuries. Anyway, Senior Brother Jing and the rest have successfully rescued the remaining Northern Region warriors. I don't have to continue fighting with Wang Hong. As he thought of this, Yi Fei suddenly realized that the purple gold Tai Chi, which had withstood the attack of the sword Qi, suddenly started to spin violently. As it spun, there was a strange repulsive force that pushed aside the power of Wang Hong's 2 beams of sword light. Boom! Boom! In the end, Wang Hong's 2 beams of sword light only exploded around Yi Fei and didn't hurt Yi Fei. However, after this repulsive force, the purple gold Tai Chi's radiance became much dimmer. Yi Fei was stunned. The purple gold Tai Chi formed by the combination of the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon actually has such power? Could this be the stellar transposition or the Tai Chi's 4 ounces? Yi Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. The purple gold Tai Chi that he had unintentionally created had given him too many surprises. If he continued to perfect it, then wouldn't the purple gold Tai Chi be like what was mentioned in many martial arts manuals? Invincible within a square inch of space? No, that's impossible. What kind of defense is that? It actually deflected the sect master's 2 most powerful swords? Seeing this scene with their own eyes, the Sky Sword sect elders were all shocked. Wang Hong also stared blankly at his shattered left arm, And then at the unharmed Yi Fei who was hiding in the purple gold Tai Chi, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood. You evil creature, you actually used an evil technique to injure me, and even blocked my most powerful sword technique. I'll kill you. I must kill you. Pass down my order. Kill Yi Fei at all costs. Chapter 781. Thousand June Besiegement. Following Wang Hong's words, the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect also came to a realization. Right now, Yi Fei was only an 8th level martial lord, yet he already had the battle strength to fight against a half-step almighty. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Fei once he matured, not to mention becoming the overlord of the outer seas, it would already be extremely fortunate for the Heavenly Sword sect to be able to protect the imperishable sect. Sectmaster is right. We must kill Yi Fei at all costs. Yes, kill him and destroy the Divine Fist sect. Our Sky Sword sect will be the only overlord of the chaotic ocean. At this moment, it wasn't just the Wu Jun from the various families who were attacking Yi Fei. The elders of the Sky Sword sect had also personally attacked the moment Wang Hong retreated. Kill Sky Sword / Earth Sword / Human Sword / There were over 400 martial lord elders in the Heavenly Sword sect. In other words, at the same time, there were 400 sword lights, and in the instant Wang Hong retreated, they densely slashed towards Yi Fei. The attack of 400 Wu Juns was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Even a half-step almighty could be seriously injured or even killed if they were careless. Not to mention that the Sky Sword sect wasn't the only one attacking Yi Fei. The Wu Jun from the Divine Dragon Island and many other families also roared and charged toward Yi Fei. They didn't expect to kill Yi Fei, but as long as they could injure Yi Fei and exhaust Yi Fei's strength to create an opportunity for Wang Hong to use the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man as one a second time, their mission would be completed. Damn it, don't even think about it. Xiaofeng and the demon cloud, old man, fought fiercely. At the same time, he ordered the elders of the Divine Fist sect to rush out and help Yi Fei resist the increasing number of Wu Jun's attacks. Yi Fei, come back quickly. Zhao Xinyan, Jing Wushou, Shifeng, and the others were all very anxious. But apart from Zhao Xinyan, Jing Wushou and the others were too weak. They simply could not join the battle of nearly 1,000 martial lords. Sigh, I don't want to go back, but this place is still too far away from the Godly Fist sect. I need to get closer. Yi Fei's expression was incomparably solemn. He was not immortal. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to face the simultaneous attacks of hundreds of Wu Juns. While Wang Hong was retreating, Yi Fei unleashed the power of his last primordial spirit and retreated. His speed was as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated more than 1,000 meters away. Damn it, keep him here. Wang Hong's eyes turned crimson red. He retreated because he was preparing to activate the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man as one. If Yi Fei successfully escaped back to the Divine Fist School, the Sky Sword sect would lose the best opportunity to kill Yi Fei. Devil Cloud Island Master, stop Yi Fei. Wang Hong shouted at Devil Cloud, old man kill. Iron lock across the river. Devil Cloud, old man, stopped fighting with Xiaofeng. He swung his fishing rod, and the fishing line suddenly turned into a huge iron lock and smashed into the sea. The entire sea suddenly rolled up a terrifying wave that was several stories high. It was like a row of walls in the water, blocking Yi Fei's path of retreat. Break for me, mountain-shattering divine fist. Xiaofeng roared. He threw a punch across the air. The huge fist shadow condensed into a mysterious golden warhammer. It hammered down and smashed a huge hole in Devil Cloud Old Man's wall in the water. However, the water wall that suddenly appeared blocked Yi Fei to a certain extent. When the water wall was broken, more than hundreds of sword lights had already covered Yi Fei and the space around him. Junior brother Yi. Jing Wushou's eyes turned red. Could it be that even Yi Fei is going to die? Shifeng and Long Gang were also in disbelief. Yi Fei's combat strength was indeed strong, but this time, There were hundreds of Wu Juns attacking at the same time. Don't stop. Keep attacking until he's completely destroyed. The Elders of the Sky Sword sect roared and rushed over with more Wu Juns. They wanted to attack the sea that had already become chaotic. Yi Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who would have thought that these Sky Sword sect elders would still refuse to let me go even after I intentionally hid myself in the sword light? They really want to grind my bones to dust. It seems that I can't delay any longer. After opening the purple Tai Chi circle, Yi Fei ignored the hundreds of sword lights falling down. He just stared at the mountain peak of the Divine Fist sect. Finally, at this moment, the last primordial spirit in his body burst out. 100 miles in an instant. Boom! The purple-gold Tai Chi symbol suddenly shattered. The attacks of over 400 martial lords repeatedly bombarded the area of sea where Yi Fei stood into chaos and shattered. In the end, the energy of the 400 Wu Jun's attacks caused all the Wu Juns who were in chaos to vomit blood. They had to stop fighting and split up to avoid this terrifying energy. However, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the sea. Wang Hong and the Elders of the Sky Sword sect were staring so hard that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is that Yi Fei dead? He's definitely dead. That was the full attack of 400 Wu Juns. Even a half-grand cultivator would have died. That's right. I just saw with my own eyes that the strange purple Tai Chi ball on Yi Fei's body broke. A disciple of the Sky Sword sect said loudly. This undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island. It also made Xiafeng and the Elders of the Divine Fist sect look shocked and worried. Is Yi Fei really dead this time? Dad, Yi Fei is fine. He's already back. Xia Jun, who had stopped at the Divine Fist gate, suddenly felt a horrifying qi flow coming from beside him. Before he could react, a figure had already collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. He vomited a large mouthful of black blood on the spot. Xia Jun was startled. It took him a while to recognize Yi Fei. What? Yi Fei is not dead? He actually escaped from the siege of thousands of Wu Juns and returned to our Divine Fist sect? The Elders of the Divine Fist sect were extremely shocked. The Elders of the Sky Sword sect opened their eyes wide. They had no idea what had happened. Yi Fei was surrounded by thousands of Wu Juns and was dozens of miles away from the Divine Fist sect. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Fei had disappeared. Who could tell them what the hell was going on? Wang Hong and the Elders of the Sky Sword sect roared at the same time. The Demon Cloud, Old Man, and the Wu Jun of the Divine Dragon Island were also stunned. Is the inheritor of the ancient sage sect so powerful? It seems that we have offended someone we shouldn't have offended this time. Ha ha, Demon Cloud Old Man. Wang Hong, are you satisfied now? Let's go. After half a year, we'll come back and settle accounts with the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island. Xiafeng and the Elders of the Divine Fist sect were all in high spirits. Yi Fei had not only fought to a draw with Wang Hong, the #1 expert of the Chaotic Ocean, but also escaped unscathed from the siege of thousands of Wu Juns. This was undoubtedly an amazing feat even Zhao Qianjun couldn't have done in the past. No wonder he's the inheritor of the ancient sage sect. I knew it. If Elder Yi didn't have the strength, a top sect like the ancient sage sect wouldn't have sent Elder Yi to his death. Yeah, this is great. With such a genius like Elder Yi joining our Divine Fist sect, we will definitely be able to counterattack and defeat the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island in half a year at most. Chapter 782. The Golden Chariot Barf. Facing the cheers of the crowd, Yi Fei could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His entire body was dizzy, and he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to faint on the ground. Xia Jun hurried over to help Yi Fei up. Brother Yi, are you all right? Jing Wushou, Long Gang, Shi Feng, and Chun Feng rushed over to help Yi Fei up. They also wanted to keep Xia Jun out of the way. Senior Brother Jing, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. Yi Fei winked at Jing Wushou to show that Xia Jun was trustworthy. However, one had to be vigilant. Yi Fei did not let Jing Wushou and the other three leave. He allowed them to protect him. Yi Fei quickly sat down cross-legged and tried his best to recover his exhausted primordial spirits. At the same time, Xiaofeng brought the elders of the Divine Fist sect back. They were stunned when they saw Yi Fei cultivating. However, they soon realized that Yi Fei had exhausted himself and was trying his best to recover. Xiaofeng thought for a while and then unfastened his space belt. He poured out a large amount of spiritual stones and said, "Yi Fei, here are 500,000 upper spiritual stones. It's all I have. Take it." Sect leader. Xiaofeng's action shocked many elders of the Divine Fist sect. When they saw that Yi Fei's primordial spirit was exhausted, some elders of the Divine Fist sect had strange thoughts. However, when they saw Xiaofeng's action and thought of Yi Fei's terrifying strength, they quickly suppressed their thoughts. "Elder Yi, we have some spiritual stones here too. They can help you recover faster. I have 50,000 too. I have 100,000. The Divine Fist sect was rich and powerful. Even if they gave Yi Fei 5 million upper spiritual stones and used up all their treasures, they still had some personal wealth. After seeing Yi Fei's powerful combat strength and his importance to the Divine Fist sect, these elders generously gave all their upper spiritual stones to Yi Fei so that he could recover his strength as soon as possible. Yi Fei could not help but blush. Although he trusted the Holy Fist sect, he still wanted to be cautious. He did not expect that not only did Xiaofeng not mind, but he also gave him a large number of spirit stones. Yi Fei cursed himself in his heart. "Yi Fei, oh Yi Fei, could it be that you have become paranoid after becoming stronger? You almost wrongly blamed a good person. Looks like if there's a chance in the future, I will have to repay the Divine Fist sect." Watching Yi Fei successfully escape back to the Immortal Fist School, Wang Hong was so angry that the veins on his forehead started to twitch. When the 1,000 Wujun who had besieged Yi Fei returned, they were immediately scolded by Wang Hong. "Idiot! Trash! Look at all of you. You are Wujun. 1,000 Wujuns could not even stop one Yi Fei. What is the use of our Sky Sword sect?" Sect leader, please calm down. We did not know that Yi Fei's secret escape technique was so terrifying. The elders of the Sky Sword sect were all dejected. They had not only failed to catch Yi Fei, but also lost all the warriors of the northern region. They had really suffered a double loss. Many Wujun who had returned were so angry that their faces turned purple. Demon Cloud, old man, flew over with a cold face and said, "Brother Wang, it seems like your plan is not working. What other plans do you have? Hurry up and use them. If we let Yi Fei continue to grow, he will definitely be a big threat." Demon Cloud, old man, you still have the nerve to say that. Why did you just stand there and watch when the sect leader attacked? If you were willing to join forces with the sect leader, Yi Fei would have been a dead man even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. The elders of the Sky Sword sect were so angry that they could not catch Yi Fei that they simply pushed the responsibility to Demon Cloud. Old man Demon Cloud old man was enraged. "You, shut up. I, Wang Hong, will kill anyone who dares to fight among themselves." Wang Hong was the strongest expert in the chaotic ocean. His words were very powerful. No matter how furious Demon Cloud old man was, he could only suppress his anger. He asked coldly, "Sect leader Wang, what other plans do you have to force Yi Fei to appear?" "Humph, there's no need to force him out. As long as we break the defensive formation of the Divine Fist sect, that kid will definitely escape. Men, bring me the ancient formation-breaking chariot." When Wang Hong gave this order, his eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness. The ancient formation-breaking chariot was originally a secret weapon that he had prepared for the Divine Dragon Island. Now that it had been exposed, although he had no choice, it would lose its effectiveness if he wanted to use it to attack the Divine Dragon Island in the future. "Humph, fortunately I was prepared. I gave Demon Cloud old man a middle-grade demonic frenzy pill in advance. As long as I can trick him into eating it, the Divine Dragon Island will collapse without a fight." Wang Hong thought coldly. His words shocked the surrounding Wujun. What? The ancient formation-breaking chariot? The Sky Sword sect actually has such a terrifying weapon. Damn it, fortunately, I'm not weak. I was lucky enough to make friends with that senior. As long as that senior takes care of us, the Divine Dragon Island will definitely dominate the chaotic ocean. Hee hee. Demon Cloud Old Man had a weird, hideous smile on his face. Soon, he lowered his head and stepped aside. 10 days later, under the efforts of 500 Wu Juns, a huge golden chariot was pushed from the Sky Sword sect all the way to the sea, which was 150 miles away from the Divine Fist sect. Released the formation-breaking cannon. It turned out that the golden chariot had an ancient cannon engraved with runes on it. Under Wang Hong's command, 1,000 Wu Jun all poured the energy of their primordial spirits into the golden chariot. Boom! It was as if the world had been destroyed. A huge beam of energy was shot out from the cannon. It crossed a distance of 150 miles and shattered one of the mountains of the Divine Fist sect. Hundreds of disciples of the Divine Fist sect who lived on the mountain were instantly obliterated. What's going on? No, it's the ancient formation-breaking chariot. How could the Sky Sword sect have such a terrifying weapon? The elders of the Divine Fist sect all panicked. The defensive formation of the Divine Fist sect could not stop the energy beam at all. Beams of energy beam instantly smashed several huge holes in the sky above the Divine Fist sect. At this time, Yi Fei was also awakened from his cultivation by the terrifying cannon fire. He stood up and stood in the front with Zhao Xinyan, Jing Wushou, and Xia Jun looking at the huge golden chariot 300 miles away. Yi Fei was shocked. What is that thing? How could it be so powerful? It's over, Brother Yi. That's the ancient formation-breaking chariot. It belongs to the ancient war. It's a killing divine weapon that specializes in breaking formations. I didn't expect the Sky Sword sect to have such a terrifying weapon. I estimate that our defensive formation won't be able to hold on for 3 days at most, Xia Jun explained with a long face. What, 3 days? Yi Fei gasped. Tens of thousands of martial artists might not be able to break the formation even after attacking for half a year. But this golden chariot could be destroyed in 3 days? These sects and forces in the outer sea were simply too terrifying. Sect Master, what should we do now? All the elders of the Divine Fist sect panicked when they saw the formation-breaking chariot. Some even suggested that they should immediately abandon the Divine Fist sect and escape. Xiaofeng was so angry that he roared on the spot. What are you afraid of? You become a martial artist. Don't be afraid of death. Although the ancient formation-breaking chariot is terrifying, it needs at least 800 Wu Juns to exert its power. Once there are less than 800 Wu Juns, it will be a pile of scrap metal. As the sect master, Xiaofeng was undoubtedly very calm. The moment he saw the formation-breaking chariot, he could not help but look at Yi Fei. Yi Fei also instantly understood Xiaofeng's meaning. He could not refuse. At present, only he was most likely to get close to the formation-breaking chariot. Chapter 783. Invincible Xiaofeng asked seriously, Yi Fei, are you sure? The Sky Sword sect is prepared this time. You might not be able to return as easily as last time. Sect Master, don't worry. If I can get out, I will definitely come back. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with strong confidence. Yi Fei was confident that he could travel 100 miles in an instant. Besides, with a large amount of spiritual stones, Yi Fei's 12 primordial spirits had recovered. Okay, Yi Fei, be careful. Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. If possible, he did not want Yi Fei to take the risk. But other than Yi Fei, the Divine Fist sect could not find anyone suitable to take action. They also did not have the terrifying teleportation secret technique that Yi Fei had. Kill. Yi Fei took advantage of the gap between the golden chariot's launch and tore the void with his bare hands. He rushed out of the Divine Fist sect again. This made many elders of the Divine Fist sect puzzled. Isn't the Great Void Step the signature martial art of the Shang clan in the Middle State? Is Elder Yi related to the Shang clan? No matter what, our Divine Fist sect made the right bet this time. The stronger Yi Fei is, the better it is for our Divine Fist sect. The elders of the Divine Fist sect admired Xiaofeng sect master from the bottom of their hearts. He insisted on letting go of his hatred and winning over Yi Fei. Oh no, Yi Fei rushed out again. Is he planning to escape because the Divine Fist sect could not stop the formation-breaking chariot? Catch him. We must find a way to kill Yi Fei. Yi Fei rushed out of the Divine Fist sect again, which gave Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man a fright. Then their eyes flashed with ecstasy. Ha ha! This junior finally could not hold back and escaped alone. Then what are we waiting for? It's better that he escaped. This time, no matter what we say, we cannot let him escape again. Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man looked at each other and saw the killing intent and determination in each other's eyes. With the lesson from last time, they finally joined forces this time. Heaven, earth, and man, 3 swords in one. Heaven and earth slash, heaven and man slash. Wang Hong's entire body was glowing. He brandished his sacred weapon and once again became one with his sword. The heaven sword, earth sword, and man sword shot out 3 terrifying beams of sword light that shattered the heavens and shattered the void. The moment Yi Fei rushed out, they had already slashed down. Draw a circle on the ground. The demon cloud old man also roared. He swung the fishing rod in his hand and quickly swung it towards the surface of the sea. The entire sea was separated into a water prison, firmly controlling the void and the sea, not giving Yi Fei another chance to use the secret technique to escape. When the 2 half-step mighty figures joined forces at the same time, the power they exuded sent chills down the spines of the Divine Fist sect elders who were watching the battle from afar. A disdainful sneer suddenly flashed across Yi Fei's face. You want to seal the void and prevent me from using my secret technique? You're all too naive. How can a great emperor's secret art be so easy to crack? 100 miles in an instant. Yi Fei let out a low roar and allowed Demon Cloud Old Man and Wang Hong's attacks to land on him. In an instant, he turned into a ball of terrifying light and disappeared before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Kaboom! The Demon Cloud Old Man and Wang Hong's attacks only smashed the surface of the sea where Yi Fei was standing. They didn't even damage the corner of Yi Fei's clothes. What's going on? I've already sealed the void. How can that kid still use his secret technique? The Demon Cloud Old Man was dumbfounded. Wang Hong roared furiously. Demon Cloud, you idiot! That kid's secret technique doesn't rely on the void. It relies on his physical speed after he unleashes his primordial spirit. What's the use of sealing the void? The Demon Cloud Old Man finally realized that he had been fooled by Yi Fei. When he saw Yi Fei tear the void apart as soon as he appeared, he assumed that Yi Fei's secret technique relied on the void. Therefore, he hurriedly used the void seal. In the end, Wang Hong was the first to realize it. The Demon Cloud Old Man was fuming with anger. He roared with a ferocious expression. How dare this kid fool me? I won't let him off. Kill! Wang Hong and the Demon Cloud Old Man roared together. They used their fastest speed to chase after Yi Fei. With their eyesight, of course, they could see that the limit of Yi Fei's secret technique was 100 miles. They had also set up an inescapable net within 100 miles in advance. As long as Yi Fei stopped, more than 200 Wujun who were on standby would immediately surround Yi Fei. In fact, there were many Wujun waiting for him 100 miles away. Quick, Yi Fei is on my side. Attack with all your might and surround him. Several elders of the Sky Sword sect shouted excitedly when they saw Yi Fei appear. They immediately rushed over with all their strength, trying to entangle Yi Fei. Yi Fei sneered and shook his head. You've set up a tight defense. Unfortunately, the most important thing now is to destroy the formation-breaking chariot. I don't have time to waste on you. 100 miles in an instant. Boom! The moment he appeared, Yi Fei consumed another primordial spirit to move 100 miles away. By then, he was only 100 miles away from the formation-breaking chariot. He didn't hesitate. The third primordial spirit was activated. 100 miles in an instant. Yi Fei raised his sword and shouted. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared on the side of the formation-breaking chariot. He raised his phoenix blood sword high and then swung it down mercilessly. It's Yi Fei. He is in front of the formation-breaking chariot. Oh no, he's going to attack us. Kill him. After all, the formation-breaking chariot was the most powerful weapon of the Sky Sword sect. Around the chariot, there were more than 200 titled battle pet warriors taking turns to defend it. Yi Fei's sudden appearance made the Wu Jun panic, but they still launched a counterattack in the shortest time possible. Sky Sword Cut, Blood Sea Kill, Blue Tide Rise, Pulse Severing Finger, Yin Yang Skill. The glow of different colors formed 200 horrifying beams of light. In an instant, they flooded the sky where Yi Fei was standing. Purple Gold Tai Chi. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei stared at the ancient and huge golden chariot. He didn't step back. Instead, he activated the Tai Chi defense formed by the strength of the War Demon and Azura and strode forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. In the sky, Yi Fei was still approaching rapidly. At the same time, the purple gold Tai Chi was spinning wildly. It formed a shining purple gold Tai Chi ball that neutralized or pushed aside the beams of light that were approaching. As I expected, as long as I can combine the strength of Azura and the War Demon, my purple gold Tai Chi will be invincible. Yi Fei looked at the light that kept exploding around him. His eyes flashed with shock and understanding. He knew that as he combined the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon, he had embarked on a new path. It was the path of martial arts that belonged only to him. Facing the dazzling light of martial arts, Yi Fei's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. He quickly raised the Phoenix blood sword in his hand and ignored the crazy attacks from the Wu Jun around him. A horrifying ray of sword light tore apart the void and condensed into a huge black hole. It mercilessly enveloped the Wu Jun warriors who were still sitting on the golden chariot. Chapter 784. To sweep away all enemies rumble. Yi Fei supported the purple gold Tai Chi as the remaining 9 primordial spirits in his body circulated at full power. His body immediately emitted dazzling sword light, shattering the sky and forming a huge black hole in the void. This black hole was like the mouth of a giant black cannon. As Yi Fei entered it, endless sword fire erupted from the black hole like an erupting volcano. It quickly enveloped the entire golden chariot. At the same time, most of the titled battle pet warriors on the golden chariot were still trying their best to infuse their astral powers into the chariot. Many of them were filled with fear and despair as they sensed the impending crisis. To be able to work as a coolie on the war chariot and deliver true essence, it was naturally not a powerful Wu Jun. In fact, these were all ordinary first and second stage Wu Juns. It was just that they had the advantage in numbers. When they saw the endless sword fire descending, they all cried out in horror. And didn't they say that the Sky Sword sect would protect us with all their might? Why is Yi Fei attacking us so easily? What's the point of saying all this now? If we don't run now, we'll all die here. Heavenly Sword sect, you'll all die a horrible death. How dare you harm me? The merciless sword fire kept falling down like countless burning swords, crazily harvesting the low-level Wu Jun on the chariot. Many people widened their eyes and died on the chariot unwillingly. Most of the Wu Jun screamed in terror and escaped from the attack range of the sword fire as fast as they could. Yi Fei's eyes were cold as he looked at the casualties of Wu Jun below. Although there were many low-level Wu Jun here who were forced by the Heavenly Sword sect to be cannon fodder, an enemy was still an enemy. I can sympathize with the enemy, but I can't be soft-hearted. Kill. Heaven extinguishing style. Seeing that the Void Sword fire was unable to kill Wu Jun on the war chariot, Yi Fei's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, he executed the Sky Destroyer style consecutively. Yi Fei condensed a huge black sword light in his hand. These sword light eventually formed a sword light pillar that destroyed heaven and earth. At the same time, a large number of low-level Wu Jun were also destroyed. What? This Yi Fei's secret technique can allow him to continuously teleport 150 kilometers. He even killed over 100 Wu Juns in an instant. Demon Cloud Old Man looked at this scene in shock. He suddenly felt regret. He shouldn't have offended a genius like Yi Fei. Ah, this bastard. So that's why. He came out to destroy the ancient formation breaking chariot. Damn it. Pass down my order. Everyone, charge over there. We must protect the formation breaking chariot. Wang Hong was so angry that his blood dyed the sky red. He even gritted his teeth so hard that they broke. Suddenly, he burned his blood essence in anger. Yi Fei, hand over your life. Demon Cloud Old Man attacked from the back. You must stop this little bastard for me. Damn it. Wang Hong is going all out. He burned his blood essence so quickly. Yi Fei was still wantonly slaughtering Wu Jun, who was running for his life on the war chariot. However, when he turned back and saw that Wang Hong had burned his blood essence and crossed the terrifying distance of 50 kilometers in one step, Yi Fei couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Knowing that if he continued to stay, he might be surrounded. Without hesitation, Yi Fei turned around and ran towards the other side of the war chariot, pretending that he was going to escape back to the Immortal Fist sect. Junior, where are you going? How dare you trick me? I want your life. Demon Cloud Old Man suddenly attacked from behind. Knowing that Yi Fei didn't rely on the Void Seal to execute the secret technique, Demon Cloud Old Man learned his lesson. Instead of using the Void Seal, he swung his fishing rod. Suddenly, a small barren island about 10 meters square was hooked from afar. Like a mountain range, he threw it into the sky and smashed it towards Yi Fei. Maybe this barren island can be used. Just as Yi Fei was worrying about how to avoid being caught by that old bastard Wang Hong, when he burst out with his blood essence, he suddenly saw a barren island smashing towards him. Suddenly, an idea of running for his life flashed across his mind. Immediately, Yi Fei supported the purple gold Tai Chi and rushed forward. Then, he slammed his body against the barren island flying towards him. Demon Cloud Old Man was stunned. This kid is crazy. He actually took the initiative to crash into me. Could it be that he wants to commit suicide after realizing that he can't escape? No, he wants to use my barren island as a springboard to escape Wang Hong's pursuit. Demon Cloud Old Man subconsciously wanted to retrieve the barren island. However, he had already thrown his fishing rod out. How could he retrieve it just like that? During this momentary lapse in thought, Yi Fei's purple gold Tai Chi collided violently with the barren island in front of him. The sphere formed by the purple gold Tai Chi shattered immediately. However, Yi Fei successfully made use of this huge reaction force. Like a cannonball, his body was sent flying dozens of miles away. Coincidentally, he fell into the group of Wu Jun from Divine Dragon Island. The group of Wu Jun was startled. Why did the island master send this fiend to us? Oh no, run for your lives. The Wu Jun from Divine Dragon Island dispersed in a hubbub. Yi Fei's ruthlessness had really frightened them. Yi Fei was also slightly stunned. However, he soon reacted. This was the best opportunity to kill Wu Jun. Where do you think you're going? Sky swallowing style. Boom. Ignoring the injuries caused by the shattering of the purple gold Tai Chi, Yi Fei waved the Phoenix Blood Sword and tore the void apart again. A huge demonic sword split the sea into two halves. The Wu Jun who were hit by the sword light widened their eyes in horror. Their bodies were split into two halves and fell into the surging sea. The sea was instantly dyed red. Puffed. In the sky, the Demon Cloud Old Man saw his Divine Dragon Island's Wu Jun being wantonly killed by Yi Fei. He was so angry that his blood dyed the sky. His hands that were holding the fishing rod were trembling. Demon Cloud, you old trash. Have you gone senile? Wang Hong was furious. In order to catch up with Yi Fei, he had burned a full 1/3 of his blood essence and crossed 50 miles. He was about to catch up with Yi Fei. However, the Demon Cloud Old Man's sudden smash sent Yi Fei flying again. Wouldn't that 1/3 of his blood essence have been wasted? How could Wang Hong not be angry when he discovered this result? If it weren't for the Divine Dragon Island, Wang Hong would have had the impulse to kill the demon cloud old man. His words also made the demon cloud old man angry out of humiliation. This time, there was no need for Wang Hong to say anything. The demon cloud old man was already enraged. Junior, you actually tricked me twice. I'll definitely kill you today. Heaven and earth aligned. The demon cloud old man suddenly burned his blood essence. The fishing rod in his hand suddenly burst out a line of blood that was dozens of miles long. He pulled the demon cloud old man to kill Yi Fei at the fastest speed. Wang Hong's face looked much better. He made up his mind and burned a third of his blood essence again. Like a furious blood lion, he roared and followed the demon cloud old man, wanting to surround Yi Fei again. At this time, Yi Fei happened to kill all the divine dragon islands Wu Jun he encountered. He didn't have time to take their rings and belts. Seeing that Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man were going all out at the same time, Yi Fei sneered. Another primordial spirit in his body suddenly erupted. Boom! Yi Fei's body carried a tyrannical airflow. Once again, he used the 100 miles long range and appeared 100 miles away just before the demon cloud old man, and Wang Hong surrounded him. He also happened to reappear in front of the chaotic golden chariot. Chapter 785. Wu Jun had a mental breakdown. The first thing they did when they got back was to inject their vital essence into the formation-breaking chariot to fire at the Divine Fist sect. Then, they saw a terrifying scene that they would never forget. They saw Yi Fei successfully evading the joint attack of Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man and appearing above the formation-breaking chariot. Oh my God, it's Yi Fei. That devil, that murderous demon, he's coming again. Sky Sword Sect, you shameless bastards. You promised to protect us. Damn it, I quit. I'll take my family and leave the chaotic ocean. Yi Fei's appearance threw the low-level Wu Juns on the chariot into chaos. Except for the Wu Juns from the Divine Dragon Island and the Sky Sword Sect who didn't dare to leave their posts, the other Wu Juns who were threatened all ran away faster than rabbits. They didn't have the courage to stay on the chariot. But the Wu Jun who got off the chariot were soon killed by the joint attack of the Sky Sword Sect and the Divine Dragon Island elders. Kill anyone who dares to run away. Get back, all of you. Keep firing. We'll deal with that Yi Fei. Under the bloody massacre of the two sects, the fleeing low-level Wu Jun were driven back to the chariot like livestock. At this moment, knowing that Yi Fei's target was the formation-breaking chariot, a large number of Wu Jun from the Sky Sword Sect and the Divine Dragon Island rushed over from all directions. They all looked at Yi Fei with hatred. Without saying a word, 400 Wu Jun experts of LV3 and above rushed toward Yi Fei like a dark cloud. Kill him. Yi Fei, your end is here. I don't care if you're a genius or not. There's so many of us. We'll crush you. Many Wu Jun were roaring. Yi Fei, however, showed a mocking smile. Crush me? Before I learned the purple gold Tai Chi, I was indeed afraid of your tactic. But now, purple gold Tai Chi. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei's body once again erupted with a purple gold Tai Chi circle. Within this circle, Yi Fei suddenly felt a strong sense of confidence that he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face thousands of Wu Jun step. Holding the Phoenix Blood Sword and holding the Tai Chi circle, Yi Fei continued to step in the sky, shaking the sky and rolling the sea. His target was still not Wu Jun who was attacking him, but the low-level Wu Jun who was still on the chariot. Try to control the formation-breaking chariot. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for standing on the wrong side. Puff, puff. Yi Fei continuously attacked with his sword, beheading Wu Jun who was blocking his way. One by one, the heads fell into the surging sea along with his sword light. Wherever he passed, the sea water was dyed red, as if a terrifying pool of blood was surging. Attack! Use all your strength and blast him to death. Finally, the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect were unable to withstand the pressure. They all gave up on protecting the Golden Chariot and attacked Yi Fei with all their might. Rumble! Heaven and earth lost their light. What was left was the frenzied attacks of hundreds of Wu Juns. They released all kinds of martial arts, blooming with brilliant colors. In an instant, they flooded the area where Yi Fei was walking. Yi Fei roared and operated the purple gold Tai Chi to the limit. The power of the war demon and Azura poured into the Tai Chi then. He continued to hold the Tai Chi, withstanding the frenzied attacks of hundreds of Wu Juns, and continued to stride forward. During this time, Yi Fei once again felt the terror of the combination of the war demon and Azura. Facing the endless attacks of Wu Jun, Yi Fei's purple gold Tai Chi origin was shrinking and its light was dimming. However, Yi Fei was shocked to find that as long as the circle formed by the purple gold Tai Chi was not destroyed, he would always be in an invincible position. As long as the Tai Chi is not destroyed, nothing can invade. The power of the combination of Azura and the war demon is so terrifying. Why hasn't anyone tried to combine the two before? Or the warriors of this world don't even know about the existence of the Tai Chi. Yi Fei continued to move forward as he continued to ponder. The purple gold Tai Chi was still perfectly protecting him. He was like an invincible war demon and a fearless Azura. In the face of the frenzied attacks of hundreds of Wu Juns, even 10 half-almighties would have been turned into ashes by now. Yi Fei was still unscathed. No martial arts could break the mysterious defense of the purple gold Tai Chi on his body. Instead, under the fearful gaze of tens of thousands of warriors, Yi Fei walked forward. Step by step, he kept approaching the golden chariot. This scene was extremely frightening and shocking. In the end, all the Wu Juns stopped attacking. They just looked at Yi Fei in shock and fear. Finally, Yi Fei stood on the golden chariot. Only the elders of the Sky Sword sect were still crazily roaring. Why did you stop attacking? His purple gold circle is less than a meter in radius. Continue attacking. Kill him for me. Kill him until his bones are crushed. On the chariot, many low-level Wu Jun screamed in fear again, because the elders of the Sky Sword sect were trying to boost their morale. Yi Fei, who had stepped on the golden chariot, raised his sword again and condensed a huge black hole in the void. All the low-level Wu Juns on the chariot were shocked. Void sword fire. This terrifying young man is going to use that kind of terrifying sword fire again. Mom, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. Run away. Someone shouted. Hundreds of terrified, low-level Wu Juns on the chariot ran away from the golden chariot like birds and beasts. This time, no matter how the Wu Juns of the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island killed, no Wu Jun dared to turn back and fight with Yi Fei. Even the Wu Jun of the Divine Dragon Island and the Sky Sword sect were so scared that they turned around and ran for their lives. They had completely lost their fighting spirit. If even the martial lords were like that, there was no need to even mention the other martial kings. Seeing that the martial lords were so frightened that they collapsed, the army of several tens of thousands of martial kings instantly became incomparably chaotic. Who knew how many martial lords took advantage of the chaos to escape the battlefield, and also escape the control of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island? Yi Fei was very depressed to find that it seemed that he didn't need to continue releasing Void Sword fire. The low-level Wu Jun on the chariot had all run away in advance. This made the elders of the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island very angry. It wasn't easy for them to organize enough people to start the formation-breaking chariot. However, hundreds of low-level Wu Jun were all scared away by Yi Fei alone. Yi Fei, go to hell. Boom. When Yi Fei attacked with his sword, a dozen extremely furious roars suddenly came from behind him. Finally, when Yi Fei was dealing with those low-level Wu Juns, a dozen 10th-level Wu Juns of the Sky Sword sect finally found the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. They rushed up at the same time. Countless punches and kicks were madly aimed at Yi Fei. Yi Fei felt that the dim purple gold Taiji was shattered by the furious punches and kicks of the 10th-level Wu Jun with a boom. How could this be? Yi Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed to the sky as fast as he could. Wang Hong, who had rushed over from afar, was also stunned. Yi Fei could resist his 3 swords of heaven, earth, and human. Why couldn't he block those ordinary punches and kicks? Chapter 786. Wang Hong had gone mad. All martial arts in the world had flaws, but some flaws were bigger than others. The purple gold Tai Chi was no exception. Although it was invincible, it was only on a relative level. In this world, no one is truly invincible. My purple gold Tai Chi is merely a combination of the power of Azura and the power of the War Demon. It's not perfect yet. I still need to explore and temper myself before I can truly comprehend the mysteries of Tai Chi. Yi Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The shattering of the purple gold Tai Chi didn't disappoint him. Instead, it deepened Yi Fei's understanding of Tai Chi. Yi Fei, without that purple gold circle, let's see how you block my three swords of heaven, earth, and man. Wang Hong roared. His entire body turned into a sword. Taking advantage of Yi Fei's heavy injuries, he launched a fatal attack. Monarch Shark Fishing. The demon cloud old man swung his fishing rod again. His fishing line was infinitely long and terrifying. He actually caught a mountain range on the deserted island and threw it into the sky, blocking Yi Fei's path of retreat. Kill Yi Fei. The elders of the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island were all excited. After holding back for so long, they finally saw a chance to kill Yi Fei. Divine Dragon Island, Sky Sword sect, very good. Yi Fei, will remember what happened today. But if you want to kill me, you're still too weak. Yi Fei laughed loudly. His entire body emitted a blazing light, as dazzling and heroic as the sun. In the past, Yi Fei was low-key. But now, Yi Fei was so dazzling that Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man's hearts were trembling. They couldn't believe it and shouted at the same time, "Impossible! Any secret technique has a heavy price to pay. How can he use it continuously without consuming any energy?" "Stop him! Yi Fei, stop it!" The demon cloud old man swung his fishing rod crazily, bringing the mountain range down mercilessly. Too late. Yi Fei laughed. Just when the light on his body reached its most dazzling. Boom! Like several volcanoes erupting, Yi Fei took a deep breath and unleashed the remaining primordial spirit in his body. Whoosh! His figure immediately leaped 100 miles away, avoiding the mountain range that was crashing down on him. Boom! After that, Yi Fei did not stop. His powerful body tore through the air again. He took a step forward and dodged the terrifying heaven, earth, and man's sword lights behind him. He advanced a distance of 200 miles. In the end, Yi Fei roared. Under the horrified gazes of Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man, Yi Fei took another step forward. Carrying out the third displacement, he instantly rushed from the surface of the sea to not far away from the defensive formation of the Divine Fist Gate. This scene also caused an uproar among all the Wu Jun members on the sea. 3 teleportations without paying any price. Could this be what Yi Fei obtained from the ancient sage sect? Invincible defense and unlimited teleportations? Just what kind of people have I offended? The demon cloud old man was shocked once again. If it wasn't for the existence behind him, he would have turned around and fled without a word. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't care about the ancient sage sect. He killed my son, so I must make him pay with his life. No one can go against the Sky Sword sect. No one can go against my will. Whoever I want to live, they will live. Whoever I want to die, they must die. Wang Hong roared to the sky. His original plan was to use the captured North Region martial artist to lure Yi Fei out and then kill him. Then, he would use the ancient formation breaking chariot to destroy the Divine Fist Gate and eliminate a strong enemy. However, Yi Fei completely disrupted his plan. First, Yi Fei used the purple gold Tai Chi to successfully block the most powerful heaven, earth, and mansword moves. Then, he used that terrifying teleportation to kill hundreds of Wu Juns. A large number of low-level Wu Juns were frightened and fled the battlefield. Demon Cloud Old Man, we must stop Yi Fei. This is our last chance to kill him. Wang Hong roared at the Demon Cloud Old Man. How can we stop him? This junior runs faster than a rabbit. He runs after a fight and returns after recovering. I can't outrun him even if I burn half of my blood essence. The demon cloud old man was both angry and helpless. He felt very aggrieved. Two half-step mighty figures and more than 1,000 Wujuns were unable to capture an 8th-tier Wujun. If this spread, it would be a slap to the entire chaotic ocean Wujun. Perhaps that senior can stop Yifei. But why hasn't senior done anything? The demon cloud old man couldn't be bothered with the fleeing Yifei. He looked anxiously at the sky, but there was nothing in the sky except for Wang Hong's angry roars. After failing to kill Yifei twice, Wang Hong went crazy on the spot. His eyes were red as he pointed at the demon cloud old man's nose and scolded, "Demon cloud old man, you are old and your brain has turned stupid. Why didn't you eat the mid-level frenzy demon pill I gave you? If you eat it, you will immediately have the power of a mighty figure. That way you can kill Yifei." However, it would have been fine if Wang Hong didn't mention the frenzy demon pill. The moment he did, the demon cloud old man couldn't help but curse. "Wang, if the frenzy demon pill is really that good, why didn't you eat it?" "Who said I didn't eat it? In order to avenge my son and kill Yifei, I, Wang Hong, am willing to pay any price. I'll eat it now." Wang Hong's eyes were filled with madness. In front of the demon cloud old man, he really took out a frenzy demon pill and ate it. Boom! The frenzy demon pill's medicinal strength was extremely terrifying. After taking it for a few seconds, the demon cloud old man was horrified to discover that Wang Hong's body was emitting an aura that was 10 times more terrifying than before. Mighty figure? How is that possible? Wouldn't a mid-level frenzy demon pill cause one to explode and die after eating it? Wang Hong, have you really gone crazy? The demon cloud old man couldn't understand. Even if Wang Hong couldn't capture Yifei, there was no need for him to commit suicide. Wang Hong immediately understood the underlying meaning behind his words. Wang Hong stared coldly at the demon cloud old man with his blood-red eyes. "I see. You actually know the true side effects of the mid-level frenzy demon pill. No wonder you refuse to take it. However, it's a pity that the same frenzy demon pill I gave you was a mid-level one. The one I took was the only high-level frenzy demon pill in my Sky Sword sect. It's also the only frenzy demon pill that doesn't have any side effects." "What? A high-level frenzy demon pill that doesn't have any side effects? Such a pill is hard to find even in the Central Continent. Wang Hong, where did your Sky Sword sect come from?" The demon cloud old man was so frightened that he kept retreating. Whether it was the high-level frenzy demon pill or the ancient formation-breaking chariot, such treasures weren't something that a small place like the chaotic ocean could possess. Wang Hong didn't attack the demonic cloud old man immediately. His strength had increased to the level of an earth-shattering mighty figure, which gave him patience and confidence. "There's no harm in telling you. My family Wang's ancestors were fortunate enough to enter the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. The 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, the frenzy demon pill, and the golden chariot were brought out by my family Wang from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. How about it, demon cloud old man? Can you die in peace after knowing this?" Chapter 787. The appearance of a mighty figure, of course. Wang Hong didn't tell the demon cloud old man the whole truth. In fact, the high-grade frenzy demon pill also had a side effect. Once used, the martial artist's realm would drop by 10 levels. The stronger one was, the more one's cultivation would fall. For example, although Wang Hong was able to make a breakthrough to earth-shattering almighty realm within a single day after using it, he would immediately fall from half almighty realm to rank 1 martial lord. If he were to be unlucky, it was very possible that he would fall back to martial king. At this time, Wang Hong had already made arrangements to prevent the demon cloud old man from taking advantage of the situation after the Sky Sword sect destroyed the Divine Fist sect. First, he gave the demon cloud old man a mid-grade frenzy demon pill. It would be best if he could trick the demon cloud old man into eating it and exploding himself. Even if the demon cloud old man realized something was wrong, Wang Hong could take the high-grade frenzy demon pill and kill the demon cloud old man first. Then, he would use the other Wu Juns from the Divine Dragon Island as cannon fodder to destroy the Divine Fist sect. In this way, the Sky Sword sect would dominate the chaotic ocean. However, although Wang Hong's idea was good, all his plans had been messed up by Yi Fei. Even his most important son had died. How could Wang Hong not be angry and crazy? Yi Fei, go to hell. Wang Hong charged at the demon cloud old man while shouting Yi Fei's name. Even though Yi Fei had safely returned to the Divine Fist sect, he was still depressed. Do people hate me that much? But why is Wang Hong fighting with the demon cloud old man? Aren't they allies? Allies are for the Sky Sword sect. The demon cloud old man's alliance with the Sky Sword sect is suicidal. My father is wise. As soon as he found out that the Sky Sword sect wanted to dominate the chaotic ocean, he immediately let bygones be bygones and formed an alliance with you, Brother Yi. Xiaojun came over and said, while he was insulting the demon cloud old man, he was also secretly flattering his father. Xiao Feng coldly snorted. He was very satisfied with his son's flattery. At the same time, he hurriedly discussed with the elders of the Divine Fist sect. Everyone, the Sky Sword sect and the Divine Dragon Island, are having an internal conflict. This is a good opportunity for us to strike back. Do you think we should take this opportunity to help the demon cloud old man? Sect Master, this is very risky. What if it's just an act to trick us? Xia Zheng said worriedly. Xiaofeng nodded. It seems I was too optimistic. Yi Fei, what do you think we should do now? Xiaofeng wasn't the only one who looked at Yi Fei. Xia Zheng and the other elders of the Divine Fist sect also pricked up their ears. They valued Yi Fei's opinion very much. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. Yi Fei had used his own strength to prove his strength. However, after hearing Xiaofeng's question, Yi Fei did not dare to be negligent. He pondered for a moment and said, Sect leader, why don't we deal with any changes by sticking to the status quo? Anyway, with the addition of the Divine Dragon Island, we may not be able to defeat Wang Hong now. Those words also made the faces of Xiaofeng and the others very unsightly. Those who were present were all martial lords. Even if they couldn't hear the conversation between Wang Hong and the demon cloud old man, they could still clearly feel the terrifying aura rippling from Wang Hong's body. Earth-penetrating power. Damn it! Wang Hong really broke through to the earth-penetrating power. Although it's temporary, I can't resist it. Senior, save me. Save me. The demon cloud old man screamed and fled in the sky. He did not dare to fight with Wang Hong, so he pinned his hope on that senior. The strange thing was, according to the message he received from the Jade Talisman, that mysterious senior had already arrived. Why didn't he show up? Not only did he let Yi Fei escape back to the Divine Fist sect, but he also ignored his life and death and let Wang Hong chase after him. Did that senior give up on me? Yes, I'm not related to him. He only stayed there because he thought my place was good. He has no reason to help me. The demon cloud old man looked up to the sky and sighed. He was so remorseful that tears came out his eyes. I've been blinded by Lard. It's all Yi Fei's fault. Sect leader Wang, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to join the Sky Sword sect. The demon cloud old man could only surrender since he could not defeat Wang Hong and could not count on the senior hiding in the dark. Join the Sky Sword sect. Wang Hong was stunned when he heard this. Then, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha! You're an old piece of trash with half a foot in the ground. You still expect the Sky Sword sect to take you in? Demon Cloud old man, there's only one outcome for you today, and that is death. Kill. Wang Hong, you're getting rid of me after I've outlived my usefulness. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Monarch Shark fishing. Boom. It turned out that the demon cloud old man's kneeling in the sky was fake. He secretly threw the fishing rod in his hand into the sea and pulled with all his strength. The sea surface immediately exploded. A huge mountain that was hundreds of meters tall was pulled up by the demon cloud old man and thrown at Wang Hong with all his strength. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. The demon cloud old man's fishing rod seems to be an extraordinary treasure. Unfortunately, he's not strong enough to stop Wang Hong, whose strength has increased tremendously. Heaven and Earth slash. Wang Hong, will kill whoever I want to kill. Demon Cloud, old man, die. Wang Hong's eyes were red as he roared crazily. In the end, his entire body merged into a huge sword light, forming a shocking heaven and earth sword that slashed forward. The mountain range shattered and the sea boiled. The huge sword light carried the power of heaven and earth, an invisible pressure as it pressed down on the demon cloud old man, who was still trying to resist. Martial Dao Force. Not only did Wang Hong break through to the earth-shattering realm, but he also mastered the martial Dao Force. I'm finished. I'm finished. The demon cloud old man collapsed on the sea surface. He still wanted to fight with all his might. He turned the fishing rod in his hand into a rainbow and pierced into the sky. However, Wang Hong's sword light instantly cut the fishing rod in half. The destructive aura carried a trace of endless power of heaven and earth as it continued to slash down. Puff! The demon cloud old man spat out blood crazily. Before the sword light landed, the trace of martial Dao force had already caused him great damage. Yi Fei was shocked. Martial Dao force? Is this the trace of martial Dao force contained in the three swords of heaven, earth, and man? The power of the martial Dao force is so terrifying that even a half-step almighty can't resist it? Yi Fei was secretly shocked. It seems like the demon cloud old man is finished. Xiaofeng shook his head. He wanted to help, but when he saw that even a half-step almighty was as weak as a baby under the martial Dao force, he swallowed hard and didn't dare to go out again. Senior, save me. I'm willing to give you the entire Divine Dragon Island in exchange for my life. The demon cloud old man was still struggling. He let out a final roar toward the sky with a face full of despair. This time, a disappointed sigh finally came from the sky. Demon Cloud, you still don't understand. You still don't know where you went wrong. Boom! A stalwart man suddenly appeared in front of the demon cloud old man. The man's hair was disheveled, and he looked like a barbarian. His fingers were also very terrifying. He stretched out a finger, and a martial Dao force that was even more terrifying than Wang Hong's martial Dao force suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, under the pressure of this martial Dao force, tens of thousands of martial kings and hundreds of Wujun were forced to kneel on the sea surface with fear on their faces. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out. Under the pressure of the martial force, the Divine Fist Sect's defensive array was directly smashed into smithereens. Xiaofeng, Xiajing, everyone, regardless of whether they were Wu Jun or martial kings, were forced to kneel on the ground under the pressure of this martial Dao force. Even their breathing stopped. The strange thing was that this terrifying martial Dao force bypassed Yi Fei and didn't exert any pressure on Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression turned strange. The crazy Wang Hong also showed a trace of horror and fear on his face. A true, absolute almighty. This is impossible. How can there be an absolute almighty in the chaotic ocean? Chapter 788. The Power of Heaven and Earth. Why can't our chaotic ocean have an absolute realm expert? It's just that you don't know about it. Demon Cloud Old Man said sarcastically. Demon Cloud Old Man was no longer afraid of losing his life after the appearance of the stalwart man. Wang Hong's expression was ugly. Demon Cloud Old Man, I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Senior, no matter what benefits Demon Cloud Old Man gave you, I'm willing to give you double, no, 10 times, as long as you don't interfere with the grudges of our chaotic ocean. Wang Hong was a sect master after all. Although he was crazy, his mind was still clear. The stalwart man was hiding in the chaotic ocean, but he didn't control the 3 great sects, so he didn't have the ambition to dominate this place. As long as this person didn't have any ambition, Wang Hong felt that he could still use the resources of the Sky Sword sect to bribe him. His words made the stalwart man laugh in disdain. You want to bribe me? Looks like you don't know where you're wrong. The stalwart man didn't care about Wang Hong's conditions. The demon cloud old man, who was standing at the back, heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he recalled how Wang Hong had chased him around like a dog and forced him to kneel in midair in front of everyone, the demon cloud old man flew into a rage. "Senior, please help me kill this Wang Hong. If Wang Hong didn't die, the entire chaotic ocean wouldn't be peaceful." Demon cloud old man was going all out. "Are you sure you want my help? That way, I'll have returned the favor." The stalwart man looked at Demon Cloud Old Man with ridicule. "I'm sure." Demon Cloud Old Man looked at the broken fishing rod, and his eyes turned red. The fishing rod was a rare treasure, but it was destroyed by Wang Hong. Demon Cloud Old Man was so angry that his hair stood up. The stalwart man nodded coldly. "All right, as you wish." Boom! A finger was pointed at Wang Hong without any warning. Wang Hong was shocked and furious. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. He went crazy. "You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Die, all of you." Heaven Earth Man, 3-sword slash. In the face of a true, absolute Earth Almighty, Wang Hong did not dare to be careless. He immediately went all out, using all his strength to bring his sword Dao to its peak state. Not bad. This seems to be a martial art from the Heavenly Dao Sacred Academy. Unfortunately, you've only grasped the surface. Die, the stalwart man commented, but his attacks were merciless. He continuously stretched out 3 fingers in front of him, and his aura was like a blade that cut through everything. The momentum of heaven and earth rolled down and instantly suppressed the sword momentum of the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man. The 2 earth-shattering powerhouses immediately fought in the sky. As the 2 fought, the force of heaven and earth that filled the sky quickly disappeared. Xiao Feng, the sect master of the Holy Fist sect, growled. He was the first one to stand up from his half-kneeling position in anger. However, when he saw the 2 figures fighting in the sky, his face quickly became dejected. "Sai, I didn't think that there would be a true, absolute earth expert hidden in my chaotic ocean. Even if Wang Hong uses the Berserk Devil Pill, he probably won't be able to last for long. Yi Fei, take advantage of the fact that this Almighty has yet to attack us. Immediately take all the young juniors of my Divine Fist sect and escape. Sect Master, we will cover the rear with you." The rest of the elders of the Divine Fist sect also seemed to have realized something. All of them had a resolute expression on their faces. After all, the Divine Dragon Island had a powerful expert. Even if the whole Divine Fist sect worked together, they might not be able to defeat such an existence. Other than running for their lives, the elders of the Divine Fist sect could not think of any other way. "No, Father, we'll go together. If we die, we die together. I'm not a coward." Xia Jun obviously understood something. He rushed to the front and did not intend to leave. "Bastard, now is not the time to be a hero." Xiao Feng was anxious and angry. He wanted to slap Xia Jun unconscious and take him away. "Sect Master, wait, there may be a turning point." Yi Fei withdrew his gaze from the sky, and his expression became extremely strange. "I seem to know that absolute earth expert." "What? Elder Yi, you actually know an earth-shattering expert? But why would he help the Divine Dragon Island?" Xia Feng and Xia Zheng both had strange expressions on their faces. "This, I'm not very sure, but he should not attack me." Yi Fei looked at the figure fighting in the sky, and his tone was very uncertain. He and Na Chai had only met once. Now that several years had passed, it was hard to say whether such a powerful expert still remembered him. "Damn it, even if I, Wang Hong, die today, I will drag you down with me." Suicide, sword explosion. After all, Wang Hong relied on elixirs to increase his strength in a short period of time. The gap between him and a real powerful expert like Na Chai was huge. After fighting for a while, Wang Hong was completely suppressed by Na Chai. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. The fear of death made Wang Hong fall into complete madness. He seized an opportunity, and with incomparable madness and ferocity, the moment he became one with his sword, he violently self-exploded along with his sacred weapon. Rumble, a huge storm of sword chi, with Wang Hong's self-explosion as the center, swept out in all directions. But the terrifying thing was that Na Chai, as an absolute earth expert, did not retreat. Instead, he roared. The huge hand suddenly became bigger than the clouds, and at the same time, it brought with it the power of heaven and earth to suppress everything. The storm of sword chi formed by Wang Hong's self-explosion quickly calmed down, and not a single person was injured. Pooh! Seeing this scene, many of the Sky Sword Sect's elders were so angry that they vomited blood. They knew that the Sky Sword Sect was completely finished this time. Even Wang Hong's suicide self-explosion was easily suppressed. Who else in the Sky Sword Sect could resist this terrifying absolute earth expert? You actually dared to self-explode. Then there is no need for your Sky Sword Sect to exist. Na Chai snatched Wang Hong's spatial belt in advance with one hand, and the other hand mercilessly slapped forward. The terrifying power of heaven and earth caused the seawater in a radius of tens of thousands of meters to boil. Just like that, terrifying water arrows shot out from the sea. Before the elders of the Sky Sword Sect could understand what was going on, their bodies were already riddled with holes by the terrifying water arrows. Heavens, this is the power of an absolute earth expert. With a single hand, he wiped out all the Wu Jun experts of the Sky Sword Sect. Yi Fei was shocked. This was just a casual blow from Na Chai. If Na Chai attacked with his full strength, how terrifying would it be? Most importantly, if Na Chai suddenly turned around to deal with him, how could he block it? I reckon that even if I use 100 miles in an instant, it will still be difficult to escape from the pursuit of an absolute earth expert. However, if I use all 12 of my primordial spirits at the same time, I wonder if I can escape from the hands of an absolute earth expert. Yi Fei secretly thought. With the death of Wang Hong and Wu Jun of the Sky Sword Sect, the remaining disciples of the Sky Sword Sect on the sea were in chaos. Chapter 789. Mysterious Identity. I didn't expect that the Island Lord would be acquainted with a true absolute Earth Almighty. Our divine Dragon Island is going to rise again. Fisk, as expected of an absolute Earth Almighty. He wiped out all the Wu Jun of the Sky Sword Sect with one hand. Let's see how the Divine Fist Sect and Yi Fei are going to defend against him. The Wu Jun of the Divine Dragon Island all looked in the direction of the Divine Fist Sect. Demon Cloud Old Man was elated now. Although Na Chai had made his move a little late, in the end, he had still become the biggest winner. Not only had he destroyed the strongest Sky Sword Sect, but now the Divine Fist Sect would definitely be scared out of their wits. Divine Fist Sect, do you still want to resist in front of an absolute Earth Almighty? Surrender quickly and hand over Yi Fei. The Demon Cloud Old Man was in high spirits. Hearing this, the elders of the Divine Fist Sect were all shocked. Xia Jun shouted, "Father, we won't be so heartless as to hand Brother Yi over, right? Bastard, how can your father be that kind of person? Run quickly. We old men will do our best to cover your retreat." While speaking, Xia Feng gave Yi Fei a questioning look. Yi Fei shook his head and said to Xia Feng in a low voice, "Sect Master, please wait. I'll go up and ask first." He still didn't believe it. If Na Chai wanted to deal with him, he would have done it when they first met. Why would he wait until now? At this moment, Na Chai had killed all the remaining disciples of the Sky Sword Sect and carried the golden chariot. He flew over with satisfaction. Yi Fei took a deep breath and strode out. "Senior, that kid is Yi Fei. Capture him, and you can get the Sage Sect's inheritance. But be careful, he has a very powerful secret technique, similar to teleportation." The Demon Cloud Old Man said, and tried to surround Yi Fei with the Divine Dragon Island's Wu Jun to show his loyalty. This also made Yi Fei and Na Chai's expressions change at the same time. Before Yi Fei made his move, Na Chai had already thrown away the golden chariot and snorted, "Demon Cloud, shut your dog mouth. Don't be rude to young Master Yi." "What? Young Master Yi? Senior, aren't you going to steal his inheritance?" Demon Cloud Old Man was extremely shocked, but before he could react, Na Chai had already cast him aside. Ignoring everyone's shocked and strange gazes, he walked over to Yi Fei with a smile on his face and bowed. "Ha, young master Yi, long time no see. Emoyin, what are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, then hurry over here and apologize to young master Yi." Nachai was furious. When he heard that there was a sage sect in the chaotic ocean, he was a little suspicious. When he rushed over and saw that Mo Yun wanted him to deal with Yi Fei, Nachai almost slapped Mo Yun old man to death. Others might not know Yi Fei's identity, but Na Gui, who had been deeply harmed by him, knew very well that there was a terrifying existence behind Yi Fei. This was also the reason why Nachai did not make a move, even though Demon Cloud Old Man had repeatedly called for help. What? Senior Nachai is actually so polite to Yi Fei? I even captured Northern Region cultivators to deal with Yi Fei. Mo Yun, you have really lost your fishing rod and lost your face this time. How could you be so foolish to want to deal with Yi Fei? Demon Cloud Old Man saw that a dignified Absolute Realm Almighty was actually trying to curry favor with Yi Fei. After his shock, he was filled with deep regret. He finally understood where he had gone wrong. Young Master Yi, this old man was muddle-headed. I was instigated by that old dog Wang Hong to deal with you. I know I was wrong. I am willing to apologize to young Master Yi. Demon Cloud Old Man was extremely ashamed. He walked over and was about to kneel down and apologize to Yi Fei. At the same time, he pushed all the blame onto the dead Wang Hong. This person was so cunning and capricious that Yi Fei was speechless. Wu Jun and the others from Divine Dragon Island were completely dumbfounded. They did not understand what was going on. Wasn't Yi Fei an ordinary Northern Region cultivator? How could he know the Absolute Realm Almighty? What was even more frightening was that this Absolute Realm Almighty was obviously trying to curry favor with Yi Fei. Demon Cloud Old Man, who was completely ignored, was ashamed and angry. Bastard, who told me that Yi Fei was just an ordinary Northern Region cultivator. Damn it. Have you ever seen an Absolute Realm Almighty fawn over an ordinary cultivator? This old man will definitely beat that person to death later. Demon Cloud Old Man was so depressed that 2 plumes of black smoke came out of his nostrils. However, Yi Fei did not express his forgiveness, and Nachai did not ask him to get up. Demon Cloud Old Man could only continue to kneel in the air sullenly, not daring to say a word. When the Divine Dragon Island warriors saw Demon Cloud Old Man like this, and saw Nachai talking to Yi Fei amiably, Xiaofeng and Xiazhong were a little stunned. My God, that Absolute Realm Almighty actually called Elder Yi young Master Yi. If anyone tells me that Elder Yi is an ordinary Northern Region cultivator again, I will be the first to kill him. The elders of Divine Fist School were very shocked, but Xiaofeng could not help but be ecstatic. In addition to admiring his decision to let go of his hatred and try his best to rope in Yi Fei, the rest was to seize this opportunity to make friends with another Absolute Realm Almighty. In this way, Divine Fist School could almost do whatever they wanted in the chaotic ocean in the future. Senior, Elder Yi, this is not the place to talk. Why don't you come to my Divine Fist School for a chat? Xiaofeng walked over and invited with a face full of joy. No need. I will talk to young Master Yi here. I don't have time to deal with the grudges of the chaotic ocean. You can discuss with Demon Cloud, Old Man, yourself. Nachai was very polite to Yi Fei, but to Xiaofeng, he was very cold. He was not very fond of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was even more curious about Yi Fei's identity, but he could only retreat embarrassedly and order the elders of Divine Fist School to start cleaning up the battlefield. Demon Cloud Old Man also took the opportunity to run over. He was not willing to give up and still wanted to discuss with Xiaofeng the distribution of the chaotic ocean after Sky Sword Sect was destroyed. Unexpectedly, Xiaofeng did not give him any face at all. Divine Fist School had the support of this mysterious elder Yi Fei and swallowed 70% of the Sky Sword Sect's profits. They only gave Divine Dragon Island 10% of the profits as a consolation for running errands. Demon Cloud Old Man was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he could only swallow his anger. It was worth mentioning that Xiaofeng did not keep the remaining 20% of the profits to himself. Instead, he gave it to the Zheng family, the only family that stood on the side of divine fiscal. Zheng Guang was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. When he gritted his teeth and took out half of the wealth, he was determined to reconcile with Yi Fei. He never thought that he would receive such a huge benefit. 20% of the Sky Sword Sect's profits was enough to make the Zheng family rise from a small family to the third most powerful family in the Chaotic Ocean. These are all given to us by young Master Yi. It seems that we can only be friends with the northern region in the future, not enemies. Given young Master Ye's generosity, it will definitely be beneficial to our Zheng family if he learns of our goodwill. Zheng Guang thought to himself and immediately decided that Zheng Wei, who had offended Yi Fei, must be locked up for another 100 years to prevent Yi Fei from accidentally seeing it. Zheng Wei, who was still cultivating in the cultivation room, did not know that his cultivation period had been increased by another 100 years because of this matter. When he learned of this decision, Zheng Wei cried and fainted in the cultivation room again. This time, his 18 concubines were completely hopeless. Chapter 790. Be careful of Xiao Chao. Yi Fei asked curiously. Senior Nachai, didn't you go to the Middle State? Why did you come to the Chaotic Ocean after so many years? Sai, it's a long story. I guess I'm just unlucky. When I sent you the letter back then, I thought everything would be fine. Who knew there would be a follow-up? I stayed in the Chaotic Ocean to wait for you because of this. Nachai was very depressed. Back then, he was strangely controlled and forced to send a letter to Yi Fei. Nachai thought he was finally free. Who knew that this was just the beginning of a nightmare? Perhaps it was because it was more convenient to use Nachai to send the letter. Nachai had just left the northern region when he was immediately controlled again. He was forced to stay in the Chaotic Ocean and continue to wait for Yi Fei to appear so that he could send a new message to Yi Fei. Young Master Yi, that existence asked me to send you a message 3 years later. Nachai's expression was very serious. He looked around and didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, he used voice transmission. Yi Fei couldn't help but be even more curious. Wang Bai asked you to send me a message again? Why didn't he appear himself? Not only did he disappear without a word, but he was also so mysterious. Yi Fei was so angry that he wanted to grab Wang Bai and beat him up. He was clearly asking for a beating. Cough, cough. Nachai coughed violently. He felt very wronged. He was an almighty expert. Did he really want to be a messenger? But when he thought of how terrifying Wang Bai was when he silently controlled him, Nachai's body trembled. He didn't dare to think about anything else. He only transmitted his voice mechanically. That existence asked me to tell you to be careful of Xiao Chao. If necessary, you must kill her. What did you say? Wang Bai wants me to kill Xiao Chao. Boom! Yi Fei felt like his head was about to explode. His heart was filled with anger. Could it be that Wang Bai has been monitoring me all this time? Otherwise, how would he know about Xiao Chao's existence? He actually wants me to kill Xiao Chao. That's simply bullshit. Go back and tell Wang Bai that if he dares to spy on me or speak ill of Xiao Chao in the future, we won't be brothers anymore. Yi Fei turned around and left in a rage. He was really angry. If it weren't for Xiao Chao's help, he would have died many times over. Who the hell was Wang Bai? He actually wants me to kill Xiao Chao. Yi Fei immediately looked at Xiao Chao, who was in the beastmark space. He saw that Xiao Chao was still lying on the spirit stone bed, biting her fingers. She was sleeping soundly under the small spirit medicine blanket. She didn't seem to be in any danger at all. Wang Bai was actually willing to kill such a weak and helpless little girl. The more Wang Bai acted like this, the more determined Yi Fei was to protect Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao, don't worry. No matter who wants to harm you, they will have to go through me first. Yi Fei retracted his consciousness. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Nachai anymore. He turned around and prepared to leave. Nachai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He chased after Yi Fei and said, Young Master Yi, I don't care if you listen to me or not. I've already passed on the message. All right, this is for you. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Seeing Yi Fei scolding Wang Bai so angrily, Na Chai knew that Yi Fei's relationship with that existence was definitely not ordinary. The sooner he befriended such a young genius, the better it would be for him. Therefore, Na Chai didn't allow Yi Fei to refuse. He forcefully stuffed Wang Hong's space belt into Yi Fei's hands. Senior Na Chai, Yi Fei was still angry. However, he was only an 8th-stage Wujun. How could he possibly be stronger than someone as powerful as Na Chai? In the end, the space belt still fell into his hands. Na Chai also laughed. Young Master Yi, I'll be frank with you. I want to befriend you. If you don't accept it, then you're looking down on me. As expected of a barbarian from the southern region. He was so direct with his gift. Yi Fei had no reason to refuse. He could only accept it and say, then I'll take it as I owe Senior a favor. Senior, you can just call me by my name in the future. Putting aside his relationship with Wang Bai, Yi Fei was actually very willing to befriend someone as powerful as Na Chai. All right, Yi Fei. From now on, we're friends. Let's meet again in Zhongzhou. You can leave now. Na Chai was also very happy. Don't underestimate this change in address. This also represented Yi Fei's recognition of Na Chai. However, Na Chai didn't say much to Yi Fei. After befriending Yi Fei, he was a little bashful and wanted Yi Fei to leave quickly. Yi Fei's expression also turned strange. He vaguely understood what Na Chai was trying to do. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and turned to leave quickly. As expected, seeing that Yi Fei had left and that there were no outsiders around, Na Chai hurriedly rushed up to the sky and shouted 3 times with a flushed face. Wang Bai, you're the most handsome. You're the most handsome person in the world. Blurg. When he finished chanting this incantation, even the almighty absolute realm expert, Na Chai, almost vomited. At the same time, a strange rune flew out from his body and gradually disappeared into the void. Na Chai's eyes also became lifeless. His memory quickly faded, and he actually completely forgot what he had said to Yi Fei. That existence is too terrifying. Not only have I forgotten what happened before, but I can't even remember his name. Na Chai's eyes flashed with deep fear. However, when he saw the direction Yi Fei had left in, Na Chai's eyes suddenly brightened. After the fear, he became excited again. Meeting such an existence might be my chance. Na Chai's greatest achievement in my life is probably the Grandmaster Sage level. However, if I can get a word of advice from that existence, maybe I can become a martial emperor. Of course, Na Chai was self-aware. He knew that a small, powerful figure like him would not be able to come into contact with such an existence. However, it did not matter. Naturally, Na Chai looked in the direction Yi Fei had left in. That existence seems to be very concerned about Yi Fei. He controlled me twice to send messages to Yi Fei. If I can secretly protect Yi Fei, I might have a chance to come into contact with that existence and get some advice from him. That's right, that's it. As long as I follow Yi Fei secretly, it's very possible. A hint of understanding flashed in Na Chai's eyes. Then he happily carried the golden chariot and hid in the sky to refine it. Like the demon cloud old man's fishing rod, the ancient chariot was also a unique treasure. It was a powerful sacred artifact that could only be unleashed by powerful Na Chai and above. Back then, Wang Hong's ancestor had obtained this treasure by chance. That was why he had escaped from the Heavenly Law Academy and came to the Chaotic Ocean to develop. He had also established the current Heavenly Sword sect. At the same time, there was a world that existed in the dark. There were terrifying, vicious beasts everywhere. Some of them had reached the level of Na Chai, and some of them had the terrifying strength of a Grandmaster Sage the moment they were born. This was a forbidden area for the human race. It was also a paradise for the vicious beasts. However, in this paradise, all the vicious beasts were prostrating on the ground. Their eyes were filled with anger, fear, and unwillingness. Chapter 791. Heavenly Path Sword Codex. With that, Wang Bai smashed his fist into the demonic dragon's head, causing the demonic dragon to scream miserably. He also begged for mercy and roared, "Who the hell are you? Our demonic dragon clan has already hidden here. How did you find us so easily?" "Why? Because I'm handsome enough. My light can illuminate any dark corner of this world. Do you want to live?" Wang Bai asked. "Yes," the demonic dragon hurriedly replied. He was afraid that he would be punched to death by this terrifying human if he answered too late. "Very good. Then let me ask you seriously. Am I Wang Bai handsome? Am I the most handsome person in the world?" Wang Bai asked seriously. The demonic dragon almost rolled his eyes when he heard this, but he couldn't do anything about it. Even the old ancestor of the demonic dragon had to lower his head and praise, "You're handsome. You are indeed the most handsome person in the world. Not bad. You have good eyes. Unfortunately, you're not sincere enough. Since I'm so handsome, how can you only say it once? How about this? Repeat what you just said 1,000,000 times, and I'll let you go. I won't take your heart." Wang Bai seemed to be in a difficult position. The demonic dragon's huge body immediately stiffened when he heard this. "What? 1,000,000 times?" The demonic dragon felt disgusted just by saying it once. If he said it 10 times, the demonic dragon would vomit. If he said it 1,000,000 times, it would be even more disgusting than death. The demonic dragon immediately roared. The dignity of the demonic dragon race cannot be insulted. Roar. After saying this, the demonic dragon suddenly soared into the sky and crashed into a majestic dragon mountain in the distance with Wang Bai. Boom! The huge dragon mountain was instantly split into two. Wang Bai was still wearing his snow-white clothes. He stood in the sky with a graceful bearing. His voice was filled with melancholy and desolation. "Sigh, Wang Bai, have made a mistake in my life. I've already reached the point where gods and ghosts are jealous of me. Even if a demonic dragon like you isn't as handsome as me, you don't have to commit suicide out of shame. What a sin." Suddenly, Wang Bai waved his hand, and the entire sky above the monstrous dragon tribe collapsed. Wang Bai's figure was nowhere to be seen. A group of monstrous dragon tribe experts stood up from their crouching positions with bewildered eyes. They had no idea what had just happened. Then, they were shocked to find that their ancestor had killed himself on Dragon Mountain for some reason. This Wang Bai is simply a bastard. The next time I see him, I will definitely give him a good beating. Yi Fei returned to the Divine Fist sect. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xiao Qiao was such a pitiful little girl. What did she do to offend Wang Bai? Why did Wang Bai want to kill Xiao Qiao? Through Wang Bai's warning, Yi Fei also felt a lot of pressure. Although he didn't know why Wang Bai wanted to kill Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei wasn't confident that he could stop Wang Bai if he really wanted to kill Xiao Qiao. Looks like I have to speed up and increase my strength. But what is Xiao Qiao's background? Why would Wang Bai pay attention to her? Although he was angry, Yi Fei couldn't help but wonder. However, when he saw that Xiao Qiao was still sleeping soundly in the beastmark space, Yi Fei subconsciously shook his head. Subconsciously, he didn't believe in this matter. He also didn't want to analyze this matter. He had a kind of worry, but soon, Yi Fei's eyes became incomparably resolute. No matter what happens in the future, I only know that Xiao Qiao is innocent. I must protect her. Then, Yi Fei took out the space belt that Na Chai gave him and carefully looked at it. This Wang Hong is the sect leader of the Sky Sword sect. I wonder how many spirit stones are in his space belt? Yi Fei forced himself to divert his attention. Then, with a bang, he destroyed the last trace of Wang Hong's consciousness left in the space belt. He opened the space inside to take a look. Yi Fei couldn't help but curse angrily. Do you have to be so deceitful? Wang Hong, you're the sect leader of the Sky Sword sect. You don't even have a single spirit stone on you, except for a tattered, secret manual. Yi Fei was angry and unwilling to accept this. He could only take out the yellowed booklet that was about to be torn apart. He didn't have much hope because this tattered booklet was obviously a copy of a martial art technique and not a complete martial art technique. But even though this booklet is tattered, Wang Hong's tone isn't small. He actually dares to call it the Heavenly Tao Sword Codex. Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh when he saw the name on the booklet. In the world of martial arts, the names of martial arts techniques weren't randomly chosen. This was especially true for scriptures and Taoist scriptures. They were extremely careful. For example, the Demon Emperor's Demon Emperor scripture was an extremely powerful scripture. At the very least, one could cultivate it to the level of a martial emperor. Another example was the Tao of the Great Oblivion that Zhao Yu cultivated. That was a Taoist scripture that could be cultivated to the level of a martial emperor. Now, a mere sect leader of the Sky Sword sect had casually copied a few martial arts techniques and actually dared to call it a sword codex. Yi Fei found it funny. Of course, this was under the circumstance that Yi Fei didn't know the origins of the Sky Sword sect. With the intention of watching a joke, Yi Fei flipped open the yellowed booklet. Yi Fei couldn't laugh anymore. Intense shock flashed across his face. How is this possible? What's recorded in this booklet is actually a true sword codex. Yi Fei couldn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it. Because not only did this booklet record the cultivation methods of the three swords of heaven, earth, and man, it also recorded the specific origins of the Sky Sword sect. So, the first sect leader of the Sky Sword sect was called Wang Lian. He was a super genius who had walked out of the chaotic ocean. When Wang Lian was born, he already had the talent of a 10th grade heaven ranked. Although he didn't have a special physique, it still allowed Wang Lian to possess a battle power of 1,000,000 when he was 25 years old, stepping into the 12th level of the martial saint realm. After Wang Lian became the titled Wu Jun, he wasn't willing to bury himself in the chaotic ocean. He resolutely stepped into the central region and was fortunate enough to enter the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, learning a part of the Heavenly Tao Sword Codex. Unfortunately, although Wang Lian was considered a super genius in the chaotic ocean, when he entered the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, where geniuses gathered, his talent was only at the bottom. He couldn't even be ranked as an elite disciple. Unfortunately, Wang Lian was extremely conceited. In the end, he accidentally offended an extremely powerful elite disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. What happened after that wasn't written in the booklet, but Yi Fei could guess it. In the end, in order to avoid disaster, Wang Lian must have brought along some of his savings from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and returned to the chaotic ocean, establishing the Sky Sword sect. The Sky Sword sect also perfectly inherited Wang Lian's conceited and domineering personality, causing the chaotic ocean to be filled with resentment. After reading this, Yi Fei's expression became extremely strange. He could guess the reason why Wang Lian left this behind. It was to warn the future generations to be more restrained. However, whether it was Wang Hong or Wang Han, they were indeed Wang Lian's descendants. Every one of them was arrogant and domineering, completely ignoring Wang Lian's painstaking efforts. Chapter 792. Comprehending Sword Form. These are all bloody lessons. When I find my younger sister and return to the family Yi, I'll definitely tell everyone about the Heavenly Sword Sect, so that the family Yi can learn from it. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. After that, he developed a deep interest in the Heavenly Tao Sword Canon. After all, Yi Fei had personally experienced the might of the three swords of heaven, earth, and man. Strictly speaking, the might of the heaven, earth, and mortal swords was even more terrifying than the Sky Destroyer sword. After all, the Sky Destroyer sword was created by the heaven-abandoning martial emperor to hide the heaven and earth luck within. As for the Heavenly Tao Sword Canon, it was the ultimate Tao canon of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Every single Tao canon, once successfully cultivated, had the possibility of breaking through to martial emperor. The only regretful thing was that Wang Lian was only an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. The Heavenly Tao sword scripture he obtained was also extremely incomplete. At most, he could only cultivate it to the 12th level of the martial saint realm. If one wanted to cultivate to the martial monarch or martial emperor level, one would have to head to the Heavenly Tao Academy and obtain a higher level sword manual. However, even if it was an incomplete sword mantra, it was still extremely valuable. That was because even the slightest bit of the Heavenly Tao sword mantra concealed a trace of sword force. Comprehending sword force had always been Yi Fei's biggest headache. I'm a person abandoned by the heavens. Even if I defy the heavens and change my fate, I'm still unable to smoothly comprehend the power of heaven and earth like ordinary martial artists. The power of the heavens and earth was the core of the earth-penetrating Grand Sage and a heavenly Grandmaster Grand Sage. It is also the foundation of martial Tao. The force of heaven and earth was divided into the force of earth and the force of heaven. Once one comprehended the force of earth, one could be called an absolute earth almighty. Once one comprehended the force of heaven, one could be called the omnipotent great sage, all-seeing heaven and earth. This was the ultimate limit of the 12th level of the martial saint realm. In the past, I suffered from my identity as someone abandoned by the heavens. Even if I touched upon the surface of sword potential, I was still unable to enter it. The Azure Saint Palace's war god Tao cultivates in the forbidden domain, so they don't place much importance on the potential of the heavens and earth. But this heavenly path sword codex, although I only touch the surface, is the most suitable for me to forcefully comprehend the potential of the sword. After spending an entire day and night, Yi Fei finally finished reading the yellowed booklet in his hand. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was confident that even if he was abandoned by the heavens, as long as he learned the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, he would still be able to comprehend the complete sword Tao. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? Seeing that Xiao Chao had eaten too many spirit stones and was still sleeping, Yi Fei also hurriedly worked hard to cultivate. Although he didn't want to admit it, Wang Bai's words still affected Yi Fei to a certain extent. Yi Fei didn't want to hurt Xiao Chao, but he still made a decision in his heart. He had to maintain his strength above Xiao Chao's. This way, even if something happened to Xiao Chao in the future, he would be able to deal with it immediately. The days passed slowly as Yi Fei cultivated the heavenly Tao sword codex. Following the destruction of the Sky Sword sect, the Divine Dragon Island had also suffered a great loss. The entire chaotic ocean had suddenly become peaceful, without any fighting or killing. However, a storm was brewing amidst this tranquility. The 3 new great powers were about to be born in the chaotic ocean. The Divine Fist sect was undoubtedly the biggest winner in this great battle between the 3 great powers. Not only had they seized 70% of the Sky Sword sect's profits, but they had also dealt a heavy blow to the Divine Dragon Island and the Demon Cloud Old Man. The Divine Dragon Island probably didn't have the strength to compete with the Divine Fist sect anymore due to the pressure from Na Chai and the loss of the fishing rod. As for the newly rising Zheng family, their rise was all thanks to Yi Fei and Xiafeng. Of course, they were also on the side of the Divine Fist sect. The current Divine Fist sect was undoubtedly the absolute overlord of the chaotic ocean. Even Xiafeng and a group of elders were laughing as they walked. The only thing that made everyone depressed was that the greatest contributor to this battle had unexpectedly gone into closed-door training as soon as he came back. Moreover, he had been training for 3 months. Everyone wanted to hold a celebratory feast, but they were too embarrassed to open it. Finally, after 3 months, Zhao Xinyan couldn't bear it any longer. She found Jing Wushou and asked, "Why hasn't Yi Fei come out yet?" Jing Wushou was speechless. "You ask me, but junior brother Yi is famous for being a cultivation maniac. If he doesn't come out, no one can call him out." Zhao Shunyan's face darkened. "I originally planned to invite Yi Fei to come with me to the central continent to find my father, but now it seems that I have to go alone." "What? Zhao Xinyan, you're leaving? Why are you leaving so quickly? Can't you play a little longer?" Xia Jun came over reluctantly. After all, Zhao Xinyan was also very beautiful. Xia Jun really was reluctant to let Zhao Xinyan go. Zhao Shunyan's face darkened even more. In the chaotic ocean, who didn't know of Xia Jun's shameless ambition to establish a country of women? He was simply the public enemy of all female martial artists. Zhao Xinyan originally planned to leave in a few days, but now she had decided that she must leave tomorrow in order to prevent Xia Jun from doing anything bad. Zhao Xinian was indeed straightforward. Early the next morning, after announcing to the elders of the Stellar Stronghold that she was leaving, Zhao Xinian directly left the Divine Fist sect and headed to the Central Continent alone. Elder Tang did not stop her. Xiaofeng also did not stop her, and Jing Wushou and the others were even more unlikely to stop her. As expected of Zhao Qianjuan's daughter, their characters are too similar. But Brother Yi is also abnormal. He still hasn't come out. Xia Jun shook his head and sighed. Xiaofeng saw that everyone else was cultivating, except for Xia Jun, who was full of evil thoughts and wandering around. He was simply a typical idler. Xiaofeng's stomach was full of anger. He raised his fist and punched him. Bastard, you still have the nerve to say that. Yi Fei is so strong, yet he is still cultivating, but you wander around all day looking for beautiful women. My family is really unfortunate. I must beat you to death today. Xia Jun screamed miserably as Xiaofeng punched him into the sky and then kicked him to the ground. Father, I seriously suspect that I'm not your biological son. If I'm really your son, why would you hit me like this? Xiaofeng was trembling with anger, pointing at Xia Jun and cursing, Brat, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours. Beat him up. Yes, master. Xia Zheng and a group of elders had long been waiting for the order. As soon as they saw Xiaofeng attack, they swarmed over, punching and kicking Xia Jun. But Xiaofeng and the elders all had a sense of propriety. They did not use the strength that Xia Jun could bear. They did so out of kindness. It turned out that Xia Jun's physique was very special. He actually had a very strange assimilation physique, which could transform the vital energy that others hid him into his own vital energy. Of course, in the eyes of Xiaofeng and the other elders, this was a typical physique to take a beating. The harder the beating, the more benefits it would bring to Xia Jun. Chapter 793. In the Xiexio Sea, oh my God, Brother Yi, save me. Yi Fei didn't know how it felt to be beaten up by a group of people led by his father. However, when he heard the screams outside, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel pity for Xia Jun. He felt that Xia Jun's position as the young lord of the Divine Fist clan was really too tough. He was either beaten or kicked every day. It's no wonder that Xia Jun always wants to go to the central region when he has nothing to do. No one would be able to stand such an environment. Although this is also for Xia Jun's sake. Yi Fei shook his head. Then he smiled bitterly and stopped cultivating. Part of the reason was that Xia Jun was making a ruckus outside. More importantly, it was because the heavenly Tao sword scripture was too difficult to cultivate. Actually, with my comprehension ability and the unlimited improvement of the undying sword soul, no matter how difficult the heavenly Tao sword scripture sword art is, it wouldn't be difficult for me to comprehend this sword art. The key is still my identity as a person who has been abandoned by the heavens. A person who has been abandoned by the heavens meant that he was abandoned by the heavens and earth. When Wu Jun was in the martial saint realm, it wasn't much. However, once he stepped into the last two levels of the martial saint realm and comprehended the momentum of the heavens and earth, it would greatly affect Yi Fei. Even if I have already defied the heavens and changed my fate, the rejection of the momentum of the heavens and earth still exists. Just comprehending the half-completed momentum of the earth sword in the heavenly Tao sword scripture already took me a total of 3 months. The momentum of the earth sword has to reach 100% before it can be considered complete. Above that, there is still the even higher momentum of the heavenly sword. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to break through quickly if he continued cultivating. Only then did he stand up and walk out of the treasury again. As soon as he walked out, Yi Fei saw Xia Jun being kicked around by his father and the elders of the Divine Fist clan like a rubber ball. He couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fei, you brat, you finally came out. What, Elder Yi came out? Greetings, Elder Yi. Seeing that Yi Fei had finished his closed-door training, Xia Feng and the elders of the Immortal Fist Position School were both surprised. They let go of Xiajun and walked over to talk to Yi Fei. Xiajun also looked at Yi Fei gratefully. Brother Yi is really loyal. He came out the moment I shouted. Dad really hit him too hard this time. Xiajun patted off the dust and stood up from the ground. His physique was very special. Even after being kicked for so long, Xiajun was not injured at all. Instead, he was full of energy, as if he had just cultivated in seclusion. Let alone Jing Wushou and the others. Even Yi Fei was speechless. The Divine Fist sect's belated celebration feast had finally begun. During the meal, Yi Fei found out that Zhao Xinian was so anxious to find her family that she had gone to the central province alone. Yi Fei was a little worried. Nothing will happen to Zhao Xinian, right? Haha, Elder Yi, don't worry. I have already ordered Xia Zheng to secretly protect her. I guarantee that she will be safely sent to the central province. Xia Feng replied with a smile. Yi Fei nodded. After all, he had met Zhao Qianjun twice. Yi Fei knew that Zhao Qianjun was the kind of strange demon that if you treat him twice as well, he will treat you 100 times better. If you treat him twice as badly, he will treat you 10,000 times worse. As the daughter of Zhao Qianjun, the Divine Fist sect certainly would not neglect Zhao Xinian. That was why they had sent Xia Zheng and other masters to secretly protect her. Even if they could not absolutely guarantee Zhao Xinian's safety, but escorting her safely to the central province was not a problem. It seems that the only problem left is senior brother Jing and the others. Yi Fei thought to himself. But at the feast, he did not say much. Seeing that Xia Feng was in a good mood, Yi Fei hurriedly took the opportunity to ask for advice. Master, I have a question. In order to break through to the earth-penetrating realm, one must comprehend the power of martial arts. But I found that my comprehension of the power of martial arts is very slow. Is there a way to speed up my comprehension? Yi Fei's attitude was very humble. He knew that Xia Feng's battle strength may not be as good as his, but Xia Feng had cultivated for a very long time and had accumulated much more experience than him. This was also the reason why Yi Fei wanted to ask for advice in public. Perhaps there were things that he did not know, but these experts of the older generation just happened to know some solutions. Hearing that Yi Fei wanted to break through to the earth-penetrating realm so quickly, Xia Feng was startled. Then he sighed, "Sigh, comparisons are odious. If only my son was half as hard-working as you. As for you wanting to quickly comprehend the power of heaven and earth, it is not impossible. In fact, the remaining sacred bones of martial saints would more or less contain the power of heaven and earth that they had comprehended when they were alive. But such sacred bones are very rare. At least in our chaotic ocean, we are not qualified to obtain such treasures." Before Xia Feng finished speaking, Yi Fei's face darkened with anger. He suddenly wanted to curse. It was not that he did not have the sacred bones of martial saints. For example, in the heaven-forsaken land, he had accidentally drawn a piece from the Lucky Nine Palaces grid. In the end, he gave it to Zhu Zhen as a congratulatory gift for his recovery of the Northern Ocean Kingdom. Similarly, when Yi Fei was robbing the mermaids in the Northern Ocean Eye, the bone devil that he encountered also dropped a dozen sacred bones of martial saints. Unfortunately, Shang Luo, that little girl, had quickly snatched it all away. At that time, Yi Fei had thought that the saint bone was useless and was too lazy to snatch it from Shang Luo. Now, it seemed that he had suffered a great loss. "Shang Luo, you are really a profiteer. You better not let me meet you when we are in the Middle Province." Yi Fei regretted it. There were so many sacred bones in front of him, but he did not know how to cherish them. Thinking about it made him angry. Seeing Yi Fei's depressed look, Xia Feng also understood how Yi Fei felt. He comforted him. "Yi Fei, don't be discouraged. We don't have any sacred bones of martial saints in the chaotic ocean, but the black market in the Xiexio Sea might have some." "The Xiexio Sea? What kind of place is that?" Yi Fei asked curiously. "Brother Yi, the Xiexio Sea is right in front of the chaotic ocean. It is also the only way to the Middle Province. There are Xiexio everywhere, and killing and robbing are common. However, the most famous thing there is still the black market. Many evil spirits in the Middle Province do evil things. If they obtain treasures, but do not want to expose them, they will secretly take them to the Xieshio Sea to sell. If they are lucky, they might even find a sacred bone. Xia Jun explained to Yi Fei with a look of yearning. Seeing Xia Jun's expression, Xia Feng sighed and said to Yi Fei, although my son is not a good person, he has a special body constitution. If he stays in the chaotic ocean, he will only be buried. If it is convenient, please take him with you to the Middle Province and take care of him along the way. Don't worry, Sect Master. If Brother Xia is willing, we can accompany each other to the Middle Province. Yi Fei said, I am willing. Why would I not be willing? The beauties of the Middle Province are waiting for me to save them. Xia Jun said coquettishly. Seeing this, Xia Feng's eyes widened. Chapter 794. Too weak. Yi Fei and Xia Jun's expressions changed. Yi Fei hurriedly said, Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate? Xia Jun also screamed, Dad, how can you trick your son like this? I'm a few years older than Yi Fei. How can I call him Big Brother? If you can't call him Big Brother, then don't go to the Central State. Just stay in the chaotic ocean for the rest of your life, Xia Feng said coldly. Xia Jun was shocked and said, What? Stay here for the rest of my life? Then who will save the beauties in the Central State? Big Brother Yi, from now on, I'll follow you. Xia Jun, who was still sticking to his principles, immediately changed his way of addressing Yi Shiwen. The way he addressed Yi Shiwen as Big Brother, he made the elders of the Divine Fist sect speechless. Yi Fei didn't know what to say. Xia Jun was obviously older than him, but he had to call him Big Brother. It felt a little weird. However, Xia Feng didn't care about this. He immediately made the decision. After all, Xia Jun was the young master of the Divine Fist sect. It was a big deal that he wanted to go to the Central State to learn martial arts. The Divine Fist sect started to make preparations. At this time, Yi Fei found Jing Wushou and the others and asked, Senior Brother Jing, Xia Jun and I are going to the Central State soon. Are you coming with us? Jing Wushou smiled bitterly and said, Junior Brother Yi, we've thought about it. The outside world is too dangerous for us with our current strength. I plan to wait until I break through to the 5th stage of Wu Jun and have the strength to protect myself before continuing to the Central State. Same for us. Shi Feng, Long Gang, and Chun Feng sighed together. Obviously, this trip had a huge impact on the warriors of the northern region. Jing Wushou and the others were still fine. At least they had persevered and decided to continue to the Central State after they improved their strength. After the battle between the three sects, most of the warriors of the northern region had returned to the northern region because they were injured or couldn't bear the cruelty of the outside world. They didn't plan to come out for the rest of their lives. Of course, there were also some who chose to merge with the chaotic ocean and continue cultivating here. After hearing this, Yi Fei sighed. However, everyone had their own path, and he had no right to interfere with them. Fortunately, Jing Wushou and the others' martial hearts were still firm. This was probably the best result. Then, Senior Brother Jing, Long Gang, Shi Feng, and Chun Feng, I'll be waiting for you in the Central Prefecture, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Junior Brother Yi. We'll definitely go to the Central Continent to look for you in a year or two, Jing Wushou answered seriously. They chose to stay not because they were disheartened, but because they wanted to accumulate strength so that they could better adapt to the cruel world outside. 3 days later, accompanied by Xia Feng and the elders of the Holy Fist sect, Xia Jun left the chaotic ocean with Yi Fei in high spirits. Since the Heavenly Sword sect had already been destroyed, and the Divine Dragon Island had also suffered great losses, the Outer Seas seal on Yi Fei was naturally lifted. About a month later, Yi Fei and Xia Jun finally flew out of the chaotic ocean and entered a new sea. Big Brother, look, this is the Xieshio Sea. Our chaotic ocean is just a little messy, but the Xieshio Sea is different. The people who travel here are all Xieshio, so we have to be careful, Xia Jun explained to Yi Fei while flying with a map in his hand. Yi Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just by hearing the name, he knew that the Xieshio Sea wasn't a good place. Was there a need to say this? This Xiajun seemed a little weak. Let's not talk about anything else first. Look at the map and see where the black market is. Let's go and take a look, Yi Fei reminded. Xiajun slapped his head. Only now did he remember that Yi Fei rushed to the Xieshio Sea because of the black market. Xiajun took out the sea map and looked at it for a while. Suddenly, he pointed in a direction and said, "Big brother, there seems to be a black market over there. Let's fly over and take a look." Whoosh! Yi Fei immediately sped up. The two of them soon arrived at an island filled with black gas. There was no one on the island, only a large amount of ruins. Some of them were even emitting black smoke. Xiajun immediately frowned. He looked at the sea map and said, "That's strange. The map clearly shows that there's a black market here. Why is it just a pile of ruins?" Yi Fei's eyes flashed like lightning. Suddenly, he saw that there seemed to be a figure wandering around in the abandoned black market. Could it be that it used to be a black market, but was later destroyed for some reason? Who is it? Could it be an enemy? That's great. My first battle with Xiajun is about to begin. Big brother, don't interfere. I'm going to teach him a lesson now. At this moment, Xiajun also saw that there seemed to be a figure on the deserted island. He immediately shouted excitedly and rushed towards the island without saying another word. What a rookie! Isn't he afraid that there might be a trap on the island? Yi Fei couldn't help but pat his head. He finally understood why Xiafeng had warned him so many times before leaving. However, Yi Fei didn't laugh at Xiajun. After all, he was also a rookie. When he saw Xiajun, he saw himself in the past. It seems that Xiajun lacks experience. Well, he used to be the young master of the Divine Fist sect. Few people in the chaotic ocean dare to provoke him. Now is a great opportunity to train him. Looking at Xiajun rushing out, Yi Fei didn't intend to do anything. He also didn't intend to remind Xiajun. He just followed Xiajun unhurriedly and watched him go down to deal with this matter. Damn it, we were so secretive. How could we be discovered? Boy, who are you? Black Wolf is working. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. I'm in a hurry to find someone. I don't have time to waste on you. There were indeed people on the island. They created the black fog because they didn't want others to see what they were doing on the island. The other warriors in the Xieshio Sea saw the black fog from afar and had already avoided it. However, Xiajun was so reckless that he rushed indirectly. Then, Xiajun saw a scene that made him want to vomit. The deserted island of the black market was full of children's bodies. They were both boys and girls. A group of Xieshio in black wolf robes was absorbing the children's blood and practicing some evil cultivation method. Xiajun almost vomited. Yi Fei also saw the veins on his forehead bulging. Although he knew that the cultivation method of the Xieshio was very bloody, this group of Xieshio still challenged his bottom line of tolerance. It should be known that even in a cruel place like the chaotic ocean, it was basically a fight between warriors. Normally, ordinary people would not be affected. However, it was different in the Xieshio Sea. These Xieshio were unscrupulous. They slaughtered ordinary people and practiced evil cultivation methods. Yi Fei suddenly had an impulse to kill. However, before he could do anything, the Xieshio suddenly found that Xiajun was alone. They couldn't help but laugh hideously. Ha ha! He dares to walk alone in the Xieshio Sea. If he's not an expert, he's a complete fool. Haha, he's just a stage 5 Wujun. How dare he interrupt our business? What are we waiting for? Kill him. We're cultivating the 1,000-soul banner and are still lacking a main soul. It'll be good to use this boy's main soul. Whoosh! Without giving Xiajun a chance to react, countless black figures suddenly appeared on the deserted island. Judging from the scale, there were no less than 30 people. All of them were Wujun. They surrounded Xiajun. There's actually an ambush? This was the first time Xiajun had experienced such a thing. He was a little surprised. It wasn't until a zombie claw was about to scratch his face that he reacted. He immediately flew into a rage. Outrageous! You're in the right to hurt ordinary people. Today I, Xiajun, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and end you all. Xia Jun also roared, "It's over." Chapter 795. Exterminating Evil. Ignoring the large group of black-robed Wu Jun, Yi Fei couldn't help but appear in front of Xia Jun and lecture him. "Xia Jun, do you have to be so weak? Why are you wasting your breath on a bunch of evil Xie? Just kill them. Why did you reveal your name? Don't you know that there are many evil techniques that could track your whereabouts through your name or even a strand of your hair?" Xia Jun finally realized that he had made a very serious mistake. After all, the Xie wasn't like the chaotic ocean. Once he mentioned his name, his enemies would be terrified. "Big brother, I'm really weak. What should I do now?" Xia Jun looked extremely vexed. "What else can you do? These Xie are heartless. Since they know your name, we can't let them off." Yi Fei looked at the bloody bodies of the children and felt a surge of anger. "What? You won't let us off?" When the group of Xie saw Yi Fei appear, they were suspicious and retreated. However, after waiting for a while, they saw Yi Fei alone. Although he was quite strong and was an 8th-tier Wu Jun, the leader of the Xie group was a 10th-tier Wu Jun. How could he take Yi Fei seriously? Yi Fei's words enraged him even more. "I don't need you to let me off. I didn't intend to let you off either. Take them down and use their blood essence to continue refining the 1,000-spirit banner." Woo 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 woo. More than 30 Xie let out strange howls. The entire island was instantly filled with corpses and blood. Not only did they attack, but they also controlled the bodies of the children and turned them into ghouls. They howled and surrounded Yi Fei and Xia Jun. "You are all courting death. Void sword fire." Yi Fei was infuriated. He opened up a black hole, and merciless void sword fire erupted like a volcano, covering the entire island. Invincible divine fist. "Go to hell, you damn Xie." Xia Jun also punched out furiously. His fist shone with a silver light like a resplendent shooting star. Every time he punched, a Xie would explode and die tragically on the spot. The Xie, who had been aggressive just now, were instantly terrified. Yi Fei's strength void sword fire, Xie, 10th-tier Wu Jun, was instantly killed by the Xie's void sword fire. Xie was Xie, and Xiao of Xiao, 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 was Xiao. Translations. Xiao of Xiao's translation Xiao of Xiao Wu translations to Xia to Xiao. This made Yi Fei speechless. Divine fist, mountain cleaving. Xia Jun was in the mood to kill. His entire fist shone with a blazing light. The 7th-tier Wu Jun, who were besieging him, were all beaten to the point that they vomited blood and fell to the ground. Clearly, Xia Jun's strength was also very shocking. He had the potential to challenge those of a higher level. It was just that in the chaotic ocean, he rarely had the chance to display his strength. The Xie were soon scared by Xia Jun. They realized that they were no match for him. They were even more cowardly than Wu Jun in the chaotic ocean. They were almost crying and shouting. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Spare our lives. Please spare us. We didn't want to do evil, but our leader forced us." "Bastards. If others forced you, you would even kill children. If I forced you to eat sh*t, would you eat sh*t too?" Xia Jun was so angry that he kicked a few of them. However, he didn't continue to kill them. Instead, he turned around and looked at Yi Fei. "Big brother, they have surrendered. What should we do now?" Yi Fei nodded. He looked coldly at the kneeling Xie and said, "You said that someone forced you. Who forced you? Also, what is the use of the 1,000-soul banner?" "Sir, please spare our lives. We really can't say." These Xie were obviously more afraid of Yi Fei. When Yi Fei came over, they kowtowed desperately. They didn't even care about Wu Jun's dignity. Xia Jun was stunned. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was used to it. Without giving these Xie a chance to beg for mercy, Yi Fei decisively stabbed one of the Xie to death. "Big brother, you?" Xia Jun looked at Yi Fei in shock. "Xia Jun, You have to remember that since they have become xiexio, they don't have any backbone. It's even more impossible for them to have principles. Since they don't have a bottom line, why should we pity them? Yi Fei raised a phoenix blood sword that was dripping with blood. Before these xiexio could react, he stabbed another one to death. His methods were decisive and ruthless. Cold sweat appeared on Xia Jun's forehead. Although he didn't agree with Yi Fei's methods, when he saw how these xiexio treated the children, Xia Jun couldn't help but be moved. Perhaps Big Brother is right. Most xiexio don't have a bottom line. Since they are heartless, they can't blame us for being unrighteous. I should learn from Yi Fei. Only then can I survive better. A flash of understanding appeared in Xia Jun's eyes. After this incident, he had undoubtedly matured a lot. When Yi Fei killed these xiexio, he had been observing Xia Jun's reaction. When he saw Xia Jun's gradually firm gaze, he nodded secretly. He understood that Xia Jun had finally taken a crucial step for being a rookie. Pooh! Without mercy, after killing 5 xiexio, the 6th xiexio finally couldn't take it anymore. He cried out, "Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll talk. We are all General Black Wolf subordinates. He ordered us to do this. He needs to kill 1,000 ordinary children to refine the 1,000-soul banner." 1,000-soul banner? Is that the black banner over there? What's the use of it? Why did General Black Wolf order you to do this? Yi Fei continued asking. The remaining xiexio were in a difficult position. They asked at the same time, "If we tell you, will you let us go?" "Of course," Yi Fei said solemnly. "All right. The 1,000-soul banner can pinpoint a person's location. It's not just General Black Wolf. The 7 generals of the xiexio are all refining 1,000-soul banners. However, we don't know who they're looking for. After telling you this, can we leave?" The xiexio's eyes flickered. However, some of them looked at Yi Fei pitifully. Their looks made Xia Jun feel a little sympathetic. "Sure." Yi Fei nodded. Before the xiexio could react, the phoenix blood sword in his hand suddenly swept forward. The remaining xiexio were all killed. Xia Jun was shocked again. "Big Brother, didn't we agree to let them go?" Yi Fei pretended to be confused. "Did I say that? Why don't I remember?" Xia Jun was suddenly speechless. However, when he saw the corpses of the children that had turned into ghouls, Xia Jun suddenly understood something. His eyes flashed with anger as he brought the 1,000-soul banner in front of him. "This thing is completely devoid of conscience. Why don't we destroy it?" "All right." An evil item like the 1,000-soul banner looked very frightening. Keeping it would only continue to harm others. Immediately, Yi Fei and Xia Jun used their strength to completely destroy the evil item. Boom! When they left, Yi Fei released a divine fire from beyond the heavens, setting the entire island ablaze. However, Yi Fei did not notice it. Chapter 796. Dragon Turtle. After leaving the island, Yi Fei didn't know that those xiexio hadn't been completely honest. In truth, the xiexio didn't just have the 7 generals. Above the 7 generals, there was the East Devil Patriarch and the West Devil Patriarch, 2 powerful, corrupt patriarchs. The 1,000-soul banner that Yi Fei had destroyed had been personally refined by the East Devil Patriarch. There were a total of 7 banners, and they formed the 7-star battle formation. It was an extremely strange, corrupt path secret art. Destroying a 1,000-soul banner wasn't enough to destroy this evil art. Instead, it would alert the other 6,000-soul banners. As Yi Fei left, the corpse ghost child let out a venomous roar. It held the broken 1,000-soul banner in its hands, as if it had lost the most precious thing in its life. Tears of blood began to flow from its empty eye sockets. Roar! In the end, the child transformed into a ball of bloody light. It wrapped around the shattered 1,000-soul banner and charged into the sky. It then charged into the depths of the sea to a huge wolf-headed warship. This warship was the lair of the Black Wolf General. Around the warship, there were countless small boats. All of them were evil cultivators. Occasionally, one could see many captured martial artists being skinned alive and having their tendons pulled out. It was a horrifying scene where the evil cultivators were screaming in pain. However, the Xiexio had long since become accustomed to this. They didn't find a corpse ghost child strange at all. The only thing they were curious about was why only one corpse ghost had returned this time. As for the Xiexio, she immediately ran to the most luxurious cabin on the ship and reported, "General Black Wolf, the corpse ghost has returned. It seems the thousand-soul banner has been refined." "Very good. I didn't expect that I, Black Wolf, would be the first to finish refining the thousand-soul banner. If the East Devil Patriarch knew, he would definitely praise me." A tall and sturdy man walked out of the cabin. His face was dark, and he wore a large cloak made of Black Wolf skin. He was very imposing. This tall and sturdy man was naturally Black Wolf, one of the 7 generals under the East Devil Patriarch. Among the 7 generals, Black Wolf wasn't the strongest, but he was the most vicious. For example, when refining the thousand-soul banner, the other generals were afraid of the consequences and didn't dare to wantonly capture mortal children to refine it. However, Black Wolf didn't have such misgivings. He directly sent people to find an unremarkable black market and kill all the martial artists and mortals there. The remaining children were all used to refine the thousand-soul banner. At the same time, using human souls to refine the thousand-soul banner was much faster than using beast souls. Black Wolf wasn't surprised that the corpse ghost had returned so quickly. He walked out and looked at Corpse Ghost, who was wrapped in red light, and ordered, "Are you the main soul of the thousand-soul banner, Corpse Ghost? Very good. Give me the thousand-soul banner." Roar. The red light dispersed. Corpse Ghost threw the broken thousand-soul banner in front of Black Wolf. Black Wolf was immediately shocked. Soon, the entire sea surface resounded with Black Wolf's violent roar. "Who is it? How dare you destroy the thousand-soul banner? Damn it! No matter who you are, I won't let you off for ruining my plans." Seeing the destroyed thousand-soul banner, Black Wolf was so angry that his nose was crooked. One had to know that this treasure was personally given to him by the East Devil Patriarch. Now that it was destroyed, Black Wolf really didn't know how to explain it to the East Devil Patriarch. As for the terror of the East Devil Patriarch, even the murderous Black Wolf felt his heart tremble. Not to mention the surrounding Xiexio. When they saw that Corpse Ghost had brought back a broken thousand-soul banner, many Xiexio were scared out of their wits. "General Black Wolf, what should we do? If the East Devil Patriarch finds out about this, all of us might be refined into mummies. What are you all panicking for? The only thing we can do now is to capture the person who destroyed the thousand-soul banner. Then, we'll think of a way to resolve this matter. Corpse Ghost, do you still know the person who did it? Take me to him." General Black Wolf roared. Roar. Corpse Ghost nodded when he heard this. He turned into a red light again and flew in the direction Yi Fei had left in hatred. Black Wolf's face was also cold as he followed behind with a large group of Xiexio. "Damn it. I don't care who that person is. How dare he ruin my plans? I'll definitely refine him into the most vicious corpse ghost." Oomph. The Xiexio sea was very large. Even with the sea map, it wasn't easy to fly out. Just a little carelessness, and Yi Fei found himself lost. He had the urge to vomit blood. "Xia Jun, how are you leading the way? How can you get lost with the sea map? Big brother, you can't blame me for this. There are many strange places in the Xiexio Sea. Sometimes the islands here will drift. Even with the sea map, I can't guarantee that it's accurate." Xia Jun felt very wronged. Yi Fei wanted to kick him. He said angrily, "Can't you come up with a better excuse? The islands can drift? Why don't you say that a tortoise can fly in the sky?" "That's not right, big brother. There really is a tortoise flying in the sky. Not only is there a tortoise, there's also a flood dragon. They're fighting." Xia Jun's sharp eyes suddenly pointed to the sky behind Yi Fei and exclaimed. Yi Fei felt that there was something wrong with Xia Jun's head. How could a tortoise fly in the sky? Damn, there really is a tortoise flying in the sky. Although he didn't believe it, Yi Fei couldn't help but turn around to take a look. He was shocked. There really is a tortoise flying in the sky. It's even fighting a flood dragon. What kind of tortoise is this? It's so magical. Although there were all kinds of strange things in this world, wasn't a flying tortoise a little too exaggerated? Yi Fei and Xia Jun immediately looked at each other and saw the surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. This kind of tortoise was definitely not ordinary. If they could catch it, roar. Before they could put their thoughts into action, the battle between the dragon and tortoise on the distant sea quickly spread from 100 miles away to 50 miles away from the two of them. Following the dragon's breath from the huge flood dragon, a deserted island on the sea instantly turned into powder and was mercilessly swallowed by the sea. At the same time, the dragon's breath was also spat at the flying tortoise. Under Yi Fei's shocked gaze, the tortoise didn't dodge. Instead, it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a resounding dragon's roar. Bam! The two scorching dragons' breaths collided like two volcanoes. Rumble! A terrifying force suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, causing Yi Fei and Xia Jun to retreat at the same time. A look of horror flashed across Xia Jun's face. He growled in a low voice, "Big brother, I know what kind of tortoise this is. It's the legendary dragon tortoise that specializes in feeding on flood dragons. It's hunting this flood dragon." "What? This is the dragon tortoise?" Yi Fei was also shocked. Of course, he knew about the dragon tortoise. It was a terrifying monster that resembled a dragon, but wasn't one. This monster could devour flood dragons, and even true dragons. Then, it would constantly transform and eventually become a mythical beast like the divine dragon and the divine phoenix. However, the dragon tortoise was very rare and rarely appeared on the sea. It would only rush out to hunt flood dragons when it was hungry and transforming. Yi Fei immediately dismissed the idea of fighting the dragon turtle. One had to know that this thing specialized in eating flood dragons, and the one in front of him was a flood dragon. Chapter 797. Initial Sword Form Roar. Roar. The earth-penetrating flood dragon was extremely terrifying. Not only did it have a strong physical body, but it could also spit out dragon breath. One dragon breath could destroy an entire island. What shocked Yi Fei the most was the dragon turtle. In the face of such a terrifying flood dragon, the dragon turtle suddenly stopped spitting out dragon breath and floated in the sky. When the flood dragon spat out dragon breath, the dragon turtle quickly retracted its shell. The tough shell emitted rays of light that looked like meridians and blocked the flood dragon's attack. Just as the flood dragon finished its breath and was about to take a break, the dragon turtle would slowly extend its shell and suddenly open its mouth to spit out a mouthful of black dragon breath as a counterattack. Boom! Yi Fei saw a terrifying light beam hit the flood dragon's body that was hundreds of meters long. A large amount of dragon armor shattered just like that, and dragon blood rained down on the sea. That's the flood dragon's blood essence. One drop of blood essence can raise one's cultivation level. Seriously, this dragon turtle is too wasteful. Xia Jun looked at the dragon blood that was spreading in the sea. His heart was bleeding. Yi Fei's eyes lit up when he heard that. However, after seeing how powerful the dragon turtle was, he dismissed the greedy thoughts in his heart. What a joke. Those were two earth-penetrating vicious beasts. If he was targeted by them, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single breath from the vicious beasts. Xia Jun, you go first. I'll bring up the rear. Yi Fei pushed Xia Jun with all his might. No, if we're going, we'll go together. If I go alone, I'll be too disloyal. Xia Jun reacted and refused to leave. Yi Fei immediately said, "Then you bring up the rear. I'll go first." Xia Jun's expression changed. He said righteously, "Big brother, that's not right. I'll naturally take care of small matters like scouting. I'll go first. Yi Fei, be careful." Xia Jun might be a newbie, but he still had basic judgment. He understood that the two vicious beasts must have noticed them. If they left together, the vicious beast's dragon breath would be enough to kill them all. With someone guarding the rear, they could at least act as an early warning. "Big brother, I'll wait for you on the deserted island ahead." Knowing that he would only be a burden to Yi Fei if he stayed any longer, Xiaojun quickly increased his speed to the limit and rushed toward the side where the two vicious beasts were fighting. Roar! As expected, when the dragon turtle saw that Xiaojun was about to escape, it suddenly turned its head. With a casual glance, a terrifying force of heaven and earth swept over. Good beast, even if you are a divine beast, don't even think about hurting me. Not to mention that you are not one. Yi Fei was already prepared. He immediately opened up his purple gold Tai Chi and stood in front of him, resisting the terrifying force of heaven and earth. The purple gold Tai Chi didn't disappoint Yi Fei. As long as it wasn't a pure physical attack, the Tai Chi sphere that enveloped Yi Fei was invincible. Of course, this was also because the dragon turtle was busy dealing with the flood dragon and didn't use its full strength. Otherwise, even with the purple gold Tai Chi, Yi Fei wouldn't have been able to withstand the dragon turtle's force of heaven and earth. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. With Yi Fei's current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to deduce the purple gold Tai Chi to the realm of invincibility. Roar! When the dragon turtle saw that it couldn't kill Yi Fei after releasing the force of heaven and earth, it angrily released another force. Then, it didn't have the time to care about a human ant like Yi Fei. Instead, it used all its strength to hunt down the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared continuously and launched a frenzied counterattack. The flood dragon and the dragon turtle engaged in a frenzied battle 10,000 meters above Yi Fei. On the surface of the sea, when the dragon turtle released the second force of heaven and earth, Yi Fei finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Large amounts of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Yi Fei should have immediately escaped like Xiaojun while the dragon turtle and the flood dragon were preoccupied with him. However, Yi Fei's action of resisting the force of heaven and earth was seen by the dragon turtle as a provocation by a puny human. Even when the flood dragon was fighting, the dragon turtle's aura was still locked onto Yi Fei. This was to deter Yi Fei from acting rashly. At the same time, it was also planning to kill the human warrior who was provoking after killing the flood dragon. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. Even if he didn't know what the dragon turtle was planning, he didn't dare to act rashly while being stared at by a powerful, vicious beast. Fortunately, Xiaojun has successfully escaped. I still have the secret technique, 100 miles in an instant, so I don't have to worry about my life. Yi Fei secretly calculated. Just like the dragon turtle, he was also waiting for the best opportunity to escape. And this opportunity wasn't hard to wait for. The moment the dragon turtle killed the flood dragon would definitely be the moment when its guard was at its lowest. At that time, it would be the best time to activate 100 miles in an instant. After understanding this, Yi Fei didn't panic. He continued to open up the purple gold Tai Chi and stood on the surface of the sea where the flood dragon and the dragon turtle were fighting. He watched the battle between the two vicious beasts up close. What's wrong with Yi Fei? He asked me to escape, but why isn't he leaving? Could it be that Big Brother wants to watch this battle and gain some enlightenment? Xiaojun was stunned by his own thoughts. Although he had heard that low-level warriors could gain enlightenment by watching high-level warriors fight, these were two powerful, vicious beasts. Yi Fei actually dared to watch the battle. No wonder Father insisted that I acknowledge Yi Fei as my big brother. I wasn't convinced at first, but after seeing Big Brother's magnificent feat, I have no choice but to be convinced. When Xiaojun saw Yi Fei watching the battle leisurely, Xiaojun was full of admiration and a strong fighting spirit was ignited in his heart. Big Brother, I'm going to the deserted island over there to cultivate. After you're done watching the battle, come and find me. After Xiaojun finished his voice transmission, he really worked hard and ran to the deserted island to cultivate. Yi Fei felt a wave of sadness. It was really not easy to have a rookie by his side. This rookie Xiaojun, can't he tell that I'm not watching the battle, but that I'm being targeted by the dragon turtle and can't move? However, even if Xiaojun could tell, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to help much. It looks like I can only rely on myself this time. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and continued to resist the terrifying force of heaven and earth on his body. At the same time, Yifei did not realize it. Under the influence of the force of heaven and earth, the devouring sword intent in his body actually began to rapidly increase. When the desperate flood dragon began to indiscriminately release the force of heaven and earth to suppress Yifei, the devouring sword intent actually automatically appeared behind Yifei with a boom. Then it constantly strengthened and expanded, as if it was about to explode. What's going on? Why is my devouring sword intent automatically circulating under the force of heaven and earth? It seems to be constantly increasing. Yifei was extremely shocked. One had to know that his devouring sword intent had already reached the level of 100% perfection. It could no longer be improved unless he could comprehend sword force. Wait, sword force? A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through Yifei's mind. He also recalled the last paragraph of the Heavenly Tao Sword Codex. The fastest way to comprehend sword force was to merge with the force of heaven and earth. However, the Heavenly Tao Sword Codex that Family Wong obtained was incomplete. Although it mentioned sword force, there was no specific method to merge with the force of heaven and earth. Could it be that by resisting the force of heaven and earth released by the dragon turtle, I'm actually merging with it? That must be it. After all, the dragon turtle has the possibility of evolving into a divine beast. The force of heaven and earth it emits originates from heaven and earth. This is the source of the force of heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if he had been enlightened. Yifei immediately felt the devouring sword intent in his body expand to its limit. Then it suddenly exploded, forming an even more unique energy that returned to his body. Chapter 798. The Rookie's Battle. It's actually so easy for me to master the power of the Earth Sword. Yifei's face was filled with shock. One had to know that he had been racking his brain for more than a year in the sea, trying to convert the devouring sword intent into sword force. However, he had never succeeded. Firstly, it was too difficult to comprehend sword force. Without guidance, even a super genius would find it difficult to comprehend it. This was also the reason why there were only half-step almighties in the chaotic ocean and no true almighties. Secondly, Yifei was someone who had been abandoned by the heavens. He was naturally rejected by the heavens and earth. Even though he had changed his fate, he only had Emperor's fate. The rejection of the heavens and earth still existed. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to integrate with the heavens and earth and comprehend the power of the heavens and earth. Fortunately, I learned the Heavenly Path Sword Codex. This Sword Codex naturally has a trace of sword force. As long as I learn it, I will automatically possess the power of the Earth Sword. As for the final part of the Sword Codex, it's not for the cultivator to comprehend the power of the heavens and earth. It's for the cultivator to take the initiative to bear it. Clearly, whether it was Yifei, Wang Lian who had obtained the Heavenly Path Sword Codex, or Wang Hong, these people from the Sky Sword sect had all made mistakes from the beginning. They had spent their entire lives thinking about how to comprehend the power of the heavens and earth and integrate it. They didn't know that the easiest way to integrate with the power of the heavens and earth was to find an expert who possessed the power of the heavens and earth. For example, the dragon turtle in front of them, and then bear the pressure. When the Heavenly Path Sword Codex felt this pressure, it would naturally push the perfect sword intent to a higher level of sword force. Feeling the wonderful changes in his body from sword intent to sword force, Yifei's eyes flashed with understanding and surprise. Then a loud roar woke him up. It was the flood dragon. It was finally no longer a match for the dragon turtle. It didn't want to fight anymore. Instead, it fiercely swung its tail, forcing the dragon turtle to withdraw into its shell to defend. The flood dragon suddenly soared into the sky and charged further into the sea. I see. No wonder the legendary dragon turtle appeared here. These two vicious beasts must have fought their way here, and coincidentally, Xia Jun and I encountered them. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had to admit that he was really unlucky. However, the dragon tortoise had retreated and the flood dragon had escaped. This was the perfect opportunity for him to escape. It was already a pleasant surprise to be able to successfully comprehend the sword force. If he continued to stay, the dragon turtle might be unhappy with him and turn him into ashes with its dragon breath. 100 li in an instant. Taking advantage of the time when the two vicious beasts stopped attacking, Yi Fei instantly activated a secret technique. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body had already dashed 100 miles away. Rumble. While Yi Fei was escaping, the dragon turtle, who had shrunk its shell, did not forget about the human ant that it was suppressing. It released a dragon breath that melted the void. Yi Fei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Clearly, this dragon turtle and flood dragon wanted to eat him, and it did not even want to let him go. It was extremely ferocious. I'll let it go this time. The next time I meet this dragon turtle, I'll rip off its shell and see if it can still fly. Yi Fei was very depressed. Ever since he came out to sea, he had never been so angry. He was actually almost killed by a dragon tortoise. He felt really aggrieved. 100 li in an instant. Sensing the dragon turtle's ferocity, Yi Fei did not dare to be careless. He quickly released another primordial spirit and dashed 100 li away. Roar! The dragon turtle's angry roar immediately came from behind him. However, compared to killing a human ant, the flood dragon was more important. The dragon turtle could only give up on killing Yi Fei. Its huge body rose into the air, and it chased after the flood dragon without showing any signs of weakness. The dragon turtle soon erupted into an even more intense battle in another part of the sea. Boom! It's so comfortable. I, Xia Jun, am indeed a genius. After cultivating a little, I broke through to the 6th stage of Wu Jun. However, why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? On a deserted island, Xia Jun slowly opened his eyes. He had been cultivating here for 3 days and had broken through to the next stage. However, he still had not discovered that Yi Fei had returned. Xia Jun could not help but feel a little worried. It seems like someone is flying over in front. Could it be Big Brother? Xia Jun's eyes were very sharp. In his words, they were a pair of eyes that specialized in discovering beautiful women. As a matter of fact, Xia Jun immediately discovered someone who had just appeared in the sky. Without even thinking, he said with certainty, "It must be Big Brother. I'll go and welcome him now and give him a surprise." After breaking through to the next stage with great difficulty, Xia Jun intended to show off to Yi Fei. He did not take a closer look at who was flying over and took the initiative to fly over. If Yi Fei were here, he would definitely be depressed to death. He did not even take a good look at the person before flying out and exposing himself. Even many rookies would not make such a mistake. From this, it could be seen how inexperienced Xia Jun was. Who's in front? How dare you fly alone in the sky and come for me? Black Wolf was also shocked by Xia Jun's actions. The Xieshio Sea was not a friendly place. Here, apart from the half-mighty figures, even the 10th stage Wu Jun had to travel in groups. They were afraid that they would be killed and robbed. If things went wrong, even their souls and bodies would be refined into puppets. Therefore, no one dared to travel alone if they were not strong enough. There were only a few people in the entire Xieshio Sea who dared to come directly for the 7 generals. Of course, Black Wolf was suspicious. He thought that an enemy that he could not afford to offend had found him. Black Wolf immediately acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He looked at the flying Xia Jun and shouted, "Who are you?" "I, Black Wolf, don't seem to have any enmity with you. Why are you coming for me?" "Hey, you're not Big Brother." "That's strange. Other than Big Brother, who knows that I'm here?" "Oh no, I seem to have made a mistake again." Seeing that it was not Yi Fei who had come, but a very powerful Xieshio, Xia Jun finally realized that he was a rookie. Exposing himself in front of Xieshio was equivalent to courting death. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Brother, take your time flying. I'll go find my big brother first. Feeling the unfathomable strength of the other party, Xia Jun turned and ran. Black Wolf was stunned again. Before he could recover, the zombie child suddenly rushed out from behind him. It pointed at the escaping Xia Jun and let out a hateful roar, as if it wanted to dig out all of Xia Jun's organs and eat them. What? Wu Jun, a sixth-stage kid? Where did this rookie come from? How dare he scare your grandpa Black Wolf? The most important thing is that the zombie child reacted to him. He must be one of the people who destroyed my 1,000-soul banner. Stop right there. Black Wolf let out an earth-shattering roar. After all, he was a half-step almighty and one of the 7 generals of the CSOC. No matter how fast Xia Jun fled, Black Wolf soon caught up with him. Kiki, you're only a 6th-stage Wu Jun, yet you dare to walk alone in the CSOC. In that case, Black Wolf, will not be polite and will take your body and soul. Heavenly Ghost Hand. Black Wolf sneered and pushed out a palm at Xia Jun's back. Like the hand of a heavenly ghost, it stretched out from the void and ruthlessly dug at Xia Jun's body. Chapter 799. The Power of the Sword. 6th-stage Wu Jun actually blocked the attack of a half-step almighty? Black Wolf was a little shocked. That seems to be the martial arts of the Divine Fist sect. Hee, so you came from the chaotic ocean. That's great. Even if I kill you here, no one will find out that it's me. Kid, stay here. Tearing wind claw. Woo 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 woo. The air vibrated violently. Wherever Black Wolf's claws struck, the space was torn apart, as if it had been scratched by vicious beasts. Xia Jun's divine fist released turbulent waves. His fists entered the sea and blasted towards the sky, creating 2 terrifying water tornadoes in an attempt to stop Black Wolf from approaching. However, Black Wolf relied on his half-step almighty status to withstand Xia Jun's 2 punches. In the end, he fiercely clawed at Xia Jun's back. Wah! Xia Jun let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was like a shooting star as he fell towards a deserted island not far away. Heilang's face was also red as his body swayed slightly. Damn it, he's only a 6th-stage Wu Jun, but he actually has the combat power of a 10th-stage Wu Jun. This kid is a genius. However, Black Wolf, like to torture geniuses the most. Black Wolf laughed wildly. The ghoul child behind him also swallowed his saliva. To the ghoul, everything that was alive was delicious. Not to mention that Yi Fei and Xia Jun had destroyed the deserted island and killed countless of its companions. Roar! When Xia Jun was thrown off the deserted island, the ghoul had already turned into a gust of wind and chased after him. It wanted to be the first to taste the delicacy. Black Wolf did not stop it. He only coldly instructed the ghoul. You can eat his limbs, but you can't kill him. With this kid's strength, it's impossible for him to kill 30 of my subordinates and destroy the 1,000-soul banner. He must have accomplices. Boom! Just as Black Wolf spoke, Xia Jun, who had fallen off the deserted island, suddenly rushed up. So you're the accomplices of that CSO. You didn't even let go of ordinary children. You deserve to die. Hit the bull through the mountain. The distance between them was clearly still a few hundred meters, but Xia Jun's punch from a distance instantly shattered the zombie child that was rushing down. When the ghoul child died, it didn't reveal fear, but a smile of relief. Big brother, thank you. Bang! With the death of the last ghoul, the 1,000-soul banner in Black Wolf's hand suddenly turned into black smoke. Amidst the black smoke, Xia Jun could clearly see countless children writhing in pain. They gradually turned into green smoke and disappeared between heaven and earth. It turned out that the 1,000-soul banner was made from the souls of 1,000 children. As the ghouls died, the 1,000-soul banner would naturally be destroyed. Black Wolf also stared blankly at the completely destroyed 1,000-soul banner in his hand. He never would have thought that Xia Jun would be able to take his attack head-on and survive. Then a towering corpse aura and killing intent were released from Black Wolf's body. Kid, you actually killed my last ghoul. Do you know how difficult it is to refine a ghoul? I've decided to refine you into a new ghoul. Roar. Black Wolf roared angrily. Countless claw shadows formed into afterimages and clawed at Xiajun. Xiajun was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't know what to do. Boom! The void suddenly split open and a purple-gold fist punched out. The terrifying fist force shattered all the claw shadows in the sky. Who is it? How is this possible? This kid is only Wu Jun's 8th stage. He actually blocked my full-strength claw with one punch? Black Wolf was shocked. Big brother, you finally come back from watching the battle. Xiajun was pleasantly surprised. Watch your sister's battle. At the mention of this matter, Yi Fei was incomparably angry. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been spat to death by that turtle. But who is this person? How did you offend him? Yi Fei looked at Black Wolf curiously. Xiajun hurriedly replied, Big brother, he's Black Wolf. He's the one who ordered Xiexio to kill those children. Black Wolf heard this and looked at Yi Fei with even more fear. You're also from the Divine Fist sect? Do you know the consequences of going against us, the 7 generals? Sorry, I don't know the consequences of going against you. I only know that if you provoke my brother, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Yi Fei said coldly. Big brother. Xiajun was touched. His eyes were slightly red. He called Yi Fei big brother sincerely. From now on, Yi Fei was his big brother. Black Wolf heard this and was furious. Kid, you're courting death. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you're a dead man. You talk too much. Yi Fei was furious. Since Xiajun called him big brother, then he had to interfere in Xiajun's matters. Without giving Black Wolf a chance to speak, Yi Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of Black Wolf. He faced him head-on with his sword. Kid, you're courting death. Hei Lang was furious. In the heretical Cultivator's Sea, apart from the 2 patriarchs, the 7 generals were the heavens. No one dared to disrespect them. He, Hei Lang, was an existence who killed people as if they were eating rice. His ferocious name shook the entire outer sea. Yi Fei actually called him a dead man and said he spoke too much nonsense. Black Wolf couldn't tolerate this. He immediately unleashed all his combat strength. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to provoke me, then die for me. Skywolf kill. Woo. At this moment, Black Wolf suddenly turned into a huge black wolf. His huge claws were glowing with a terrifying black light as he viciously swiped at Yi Fei. Beast transformation? Yi Fei was also shocked. How could a normal person turn into vicious beasts? This Xiexio had some tricks up his sleeves. However, I was looked down upon by that tortoise just now. It's a good opportunity to vent my anger on a beast like you. 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, heaven and earth slash. Boom! Yi Fei became one with his sword. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This was the aura of the earth sword. It was also Yi Fei's strongest sword move. When this sword light landed, it instantly chopped off both of Black Wolf's claws. Blood spurted out like a fountain, forcing Black Wolf to revert to his human form. When he saw Yi Fei chopping off both of his hands, Black Wolf was filled with shock and fear. 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man? How is this possible? Aren't you from the Divine Fist sect? Why do you know the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy? You're only Wu Jun Stage 8, but you can actually comprehend the sword aura. At this point, the ferocity in Black Wolf's eyes had turned into complete fear. Yi Fei's half-almighty combat strength had already shocked Black Wolf. Moreover, Yi Fei had actually comprehended the sword aura, even though this sword aura wasn't even at the first level. However, the difference between martial aura and martial intent was like the difference between wood and stone. No matter how hard wood was, could it be harder than stone? Chapter 800. Startling news. Black Wolf, the 7th general, had a very strange body. He was clearly a human, but he could transform into vicious beasts. It was extremely strange. When he transformed into vicious beasts, Black Wolf's speed was raised to the limit. In just one breath, he had already covered a distance of about 30 miles. In another 10 miles, he would be able to escape from this deserted island and return to his warship. Once he returned to his warship, Black Wolf, who had turned into vicious beasts, suddenly had a vicious glint in his eyes. He had already decided that once he returned to the warship, he would mobilize all of his subordinates. No matter how many of them died, even if he had to detonate all 3,000 of his subordinates, he would definitely kill Yi Fei and wash away the humiliation of escaping. Roar! The sea was getting closer and closer, but no one was chasing after him. Black Wolf finally roared in excitement. Just one more step, and he would be able to escape back to the sea. From afar, he could even see his own warship and a large number of Xieshio on it. However, this step was also the distance between heaven and hell. You want to escape just like that? Do you really think I'm a pushover that you can pinch as you please? Do you think you can just leave after pinching me? A cold voice suddenly came from the sky. No, that's not the sky. Black Wolf was shocked to discover that Yi Fei's voice was coming from above his head. He didn't sense any aura chasing after him. However, Yi Fei had silently crossed the distance of more than 25 kilometers and stepped directly on the head of General Black Wolf. Roar! Black Wolf was completely enraged. He was scared and angry at the same time. His huge body suddenly stood up like a human, and he wanted to throw Yi Fei down. You still dare to resist? Lie down obediently. Boom! Yi Fei's body emitted a sword aura that was as bright as the sun. The sword aura was as heavy as a mountain, causing Yi Fei's figure to unknowingly become taller. On the warship, countless Xieshio saw with their own eyes that the ferocious and powerful General Black Wolf, who had transformed into a beast, had his head stepped on by someone. He fell from the sky to the ground, creating a huge crater. How is this possible? General He Lang was actually stepped on by someone? Our eyes must be playing tricks on us. How can an 8th tier Wu Jun be a match for a half-almighty? But that's really General Black Wolf. Look, he has returned to human form. I can recognize him even if he stepped on. The Xieshio were flustered and their voices were loud. Black Wolf had already felt extremely humiliated when Yi Fei stepped on his head in public. When he heard his subordinate's word from afar, Black Wolf, who had been forced to return to human form, was so angry that he saw stars. He spat out a mouthful of blood into the crater. Who the hell are you? I'm Patriarch East Demon's man. If you kill me, you'll be going against Patriarch East Demon. Black Wolf was so angry that his eyes widened. He even tried to use Patriarch East Demon to save his life. Yi Fei could not help but laugh when he heard this. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't care if you're East Demon or West Demon. When you killed those children and chased after my brothers, your fate was already sealed. Too lazy to talk to Black Wolf, Yi Fei took off Black Wolf's space belt, took out the Phoenix Blood Sword, and was about to kill this Xieshio. The Xieshio on the warship immediately went into an uproar. Oh no, General Black Wolf is going to be killed. What should we do? What else can we do? Run, of course. What a joke. Even the powerful General Black Wolf was stepped on like a dog. No matter how many Xieshio there were, it would be useless if they went up. Besides, they were Xieshio who killed people like scything flax. Even if some of them were still loyal, most Xieshio were selfish and had no morals or bottom line. Therefore, without waiting for Yi Fei to make a move, the approaching warship on the sea suddenly turned around. They actually stopped trying to rescue General Black Wolf and ran away. Yi Fei and Xia Jun, who had just rushed over, looked at each other speechlessly. Why were the Xieshio Sea's warriors even more spineless than the chaotic ocean's itinerant cultivators? Bastards, I'm your general. How dare you run away without even fighting? Black Wolf was so angry that his entire body was burning. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He struggled loudly and said, Sir, please spare me. I know a huge secret. I am willing to exchange this secret for my life. Secret? What secret can save the innocent children you killed? Xia Jun roared at Black Wolf. Yi Fei also nodded. He felt that talking to Black Wolf was simply a waste of time. Let's just kill him. Yi Fei raised the Phoenix blood sword and was about to swing it down. Sacred bones. I know the whereabouts of a large number of sacred bones. I beg you, please don't kill me. Black Wolf finally broke down. He was about to die, so there was no need for him to hide anymore. These words also shocked Yi Fei and Xia Jun. What? A large number of sacred bones? Are you sure you are not lying? Xia Jun asked curiously. I can swear on my inner demons that I am definitely not lying. As long as you spare my life, I will tell you the whereabouts of those sacred bones. Black Wolf said quickly. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he spoke any slower. Yi Fei's sword also stopped a centimeter away from Black Wolf's neck. A glint flashed across his eyes. He now knew his own limitations. The reason why people who had been abandoned by the heavens couldn't step onto the martial path was because they had no luck and were extremely unlucky. Most importantly, it was because of the rejection of the heavens and earth. Due to the rejection of the heavens and earth, people who had been abandoned by the heavens couldn't take the initiative to comprehend the power of the heavens and earth. Therefore, if Yi Fei wanted to continue cultivating the martial path, the only way was to obtain a large number of sacred bones and use the power of the heavens and earth left behind in the sacred bones after the martial sage had passed away to forcefully comprehend the heavens and earth. When he heard that Black Wolf knew the whereabouts of a large number of sacred bones, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He temporarily let him go and said in a low voice, "Tell me where those sacred bones are. Tell me, and I will let you go." "You swear?" Black Wolf said cunningly. "Okay, I swear." An imperceptible sneer flashed across Yi Fei's face. He really swore in front of Black Wolf. Black Wolf then smiled proudly. His eyes were ferocious again as he said, "Kaka, there's no harm in telling you. A month ago, our Patriarch East Demon and Patriarch West Demon received reliable news at the same time. Someone came from the Central Province with a large number of sacred bones and wanted to come to our Xiexioxi's black market to sell them. Unfortunately, that person is an idiot. He doesn't know that there is only one black market in our Xiexioxi. The rest are all fake. There are Xiexio's strongholds to kill people and steal their goods. That person was unlucky to have stepped into the fake black market as soon as he arrived, thus exposing his secret." "What? Fake black market? Could it be that all the black markets marked on my map are fake black markets?" Black Wolf's words shocked Yi Fei and Xia Jun. They felt that these Xiexio were really insidious. They even opened fake black markets to trick people. Chapter 801. Beast General. What is the origin of the Sun Luo Temple? Yi Fei continued to ask. The situation in the Xiexio Sea was very complicated. It was rare to meet a general like Black Wolf, so he could ask for some information. He put away the Phoenix blood sword in his hand. Black Wolf heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and shook his head. "I do not know the origin of the Sun Luo Temple. However, it is said that the Sun Luo Temple is the largest black market in the Tianwu continent. There is also a very mysterious power behind them. Even the sacred institution does not dare to find trouble with them." "That can't be. The sacred institution is the peak power in the central state. Could it be that the Sun Luo Temple is even stronger than the sacred institution?" Xia Jun said in shock. Yi Fei nodded. He also felt that this Sun Luo Temple was not simple. After all, the things sold in the black market were all treasures obtained by killing people. Some of them were even more troublesome. There must be a reason why the Sun Luo Temple could continue to exist. It seems that when I am free, I should go to the Sun Luo Temple to take a look. Yi Fei pondered. Finally, he glanced at Black Wolf. "One last question. Where is the person you said had a large amount of sacred bones?" A trace of cunning flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. He said in a muffled voice, "I am not sure. That person is an abandoned disciple of the Star Moon Holy Land. Not only does he have sacred bones, he also seems to have other treasures that can cover his tracks. Otherwise, the two ancestors would not have asked us to refine the 1,000-spirit banner to determine his location. The two of you, I've said what I needed to say. Can I leave now? Big brother, are we really letting him go? Xiao Jun looked at Yi Fei. However, he discovered that Yi Fei was standing in a daze. It was as if he did not hear him. Big brother, why are you in a daze? Xiao Jun felt that it was strange. Good chance. A cold light flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. There was also a trace of hope. Taking advantage of Yi Fei's daze, he turned around and tried to escape. Xiao Jun, kill him. Yi Fei finally came back to his senses. He quickly threw the Phoenix Blood Sword to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's reaction wasn't slow either. He thought of the ghoul child he had killed and its gratitude before it died. He also thought of the child's painful and twisted faces that appeared after the 1,000-soul banner was completely destroyed. Xiao Jun felt a burning rage in his body. Black Wolf, go to hell. Black Wolf. Black Wolf stared Yi. Black Wolf's eyes. Black Wolf stared. Wolf stared. I'm sorry. I only said that I won't kill you. I didn't say that others won't kill you. Those children you killed won't kill you. Yi Fei was incomparably cold. If it was any other Xiexio, he would have let them go. But Black Wolf was different. He was heartless. He didn't even let Child go. If he let him go, wouldn't he be letting Black Wolf continue to harm others? After killing Black Wolf with one stab, Xiao Jun was very happy. I've finally avenged those children. Big brother, are we going directly to San Luo Temple? Xiao Jun knew that Yi Fei had rushed to the Xiexio Sea in a hurry to find the sacred bone. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fei would have really rushed to San Luo Temple. However, Black Wolf's last words made Yi Fei hesitate. It's been almost 10 years since little sister was taken away. There has been no news of her. If we can find this abandoned Xingyue disciple, we can take the opportunity to ask about little sister. That's right. That's it. Xiao Jun, let's go find that abandoned Xingyue disciple too. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with anticipation. Hee, big brother, are you interested in the sacred bone on that person? That's good too. The sacred bone is worth tens of thousands of gold. If we can get it, we'll be rich. Xiao Jun said while drooling. He had obviously misunderstood. Actually, finding clues about little sister was Yi Fei's main goal. Yi Fei didn't explain and quickly left the deserted island with Xiao Jun. On the way, Yi Fei checked Black Wolf's space belt. He was shocked. Damn, these Xiexio disciples are so rich. They have more than 7 to 8 million high-grade spirit stones. What? More than 7 million? Xiao Jun almost fainted from shock. One must know that the Divine Fist sect had offered 5 million upper-grade spirit stones to help Yi Fei. They had almost sold everything they had, but He Lang alone had more spirit stones than the Divine Fist sect. No wonder the geniuses of the Chaotic Ocean are so desperate to leave and go to the Middle State. The Northern region and the Chaotic Ocean are too backward. Xiao Jun sighed. Don't be discouraged. We are still young. As long as we work hard, we will have a chance to catch up. These spirit stones are for you. Let's split them evenly and share them. Although Black Wolf had a lot of spirit stones, Yi Fei didn't take them all. Instead, he gave half of them to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun couldn't stop smiling. He was very glad that he met Yi Fei. Although Yi Fei was a few years younger than him, Xiao Jun was already willing to be Yi Fei's underling. At the same time, in a desolate area of the Xiexio Sea, there were large and small reefs everywhere. Some were only half the size of a house, while others were bigger than an ordinary city. There were at least 80,000 such reefs in the vicinity. Even the Xiexio of the Xiexio Sea couldn't count how many reefs there were. However, since a month ago, a large number of Xiexio had gathered here like ants. They kept searching the reefs one by one. Be more serious. This is the easiest place to hide in the Xiexio Sea. That traitor from the Star Moon Holy Land must be hiding under one of the reefs. As long as we find him, everyone will be rewarded with 500 high-grade spirit stones. A fat man with a big head and big ears was standing on a huge, decorated general ship. This fat man was 2 meters tall and looked like a giant when he stood up. This man's name was Vicious Beasts. He was also one of the 7 generals of the Seishio Sea. Unlike Black Wolf's cruelty, Vicious Beasts was very greedy. They were known to be able to squeeze oil out of even the crevices of stones. Originally, the 7 generals had given their subordinates 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for finding traitors of the Star Moon Holy Land. However, in the hands of Vicious Beasts, the reward was directly reduced to 500 high-grade spirit stones. Even so, Vicious Beast was still very dissatisfied. He warned loudly, "Be more serious. If you can't find him, everyone will be deducted 1,000 high-grade spirit stones." What? A sacred bone is worth millions of high-grade spirit stones. This Vicious Beast is only giving us 500 high-grade spirit stones. If we can't find him, he actually wants to deduct 1,000 high-grade spirit stones from us. Don't talk so much. It's good enough that we can earn high-grade spirit stones from working for Lord Vicious Beasts. I heard that many people worked for Lord Vicious Beasts for 20 years. Not only did they not earn a single spirit stone, they even owed Lord Vicious Beasts nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. Oh my God, as expected of Lord Vicious Beasts who eat people without spitting out their bones. Vicious Beast's words made all the Seishio in the sea shudder. They couldn't help but put in more effort to search. Chapter 802. Star Moon Disciple. Hee hee, well done. As long as we capture that person and offer him to the 2 ancestors, we Vicious Beasts might be able to get a few saint bones. The ferocious beast was very happy. He threw out 500 upper grade coins on the spot and laughed heartily. You guys take it and divide it. Butcher, you watch this place carefully. Don't let that person take the opportunity to run away. Yes. Thank you, Lord Vicious Beasts. The Seishio called Tu Fu and the 30 other Seishio were all on the verge of tears. They originally thought that they would be able to get 500 spirit stones by working so hard. In the end, the reward that the Vicious Beast mentioned was to give them a share of 500 spirit stones. Many of the Seishio present were so angry that their eyes emitted ominous glints. If they weren't afraid of the Vicious Beast's strength, they would have torn the fat giant into pieces. Haha, Black Wolf is a group of fools. They thought that they would be able to find that person after refining the 1,000-soul banner. However, how could the 1,000-soul banner be so easy to refine? Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but I also have to provide the materials. I'm a Vicious Beast. I can eat people without spitting out their bones. I can work hard, but I won't pay a single spirit crystal for it. Boom! The Vicious Beast's eyes flickered with greed. His huge body suddenly became even bigger. The most terrifying thing was his eyes. They were like 2 lanterns that emitted a strange light as he stared at the blood stains on the reef below. That person is in the vicinity. Other than the people guarding the sea region, everyone else should gather here. With a radius of 10,000 miles around here, as the center, flip over one reef after another. Traders of the Star Moon Holy Land, listen up. If you don't want to die, get out here immediately and offer all the treasures you have to me. The Vicious Beast's voice rumbled and spread far and wide. On a reef 10,000 miles away, a middle-aged man in blue clothes suddenly appeared. He looked in the direction of the Vicious Beasts and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bah, shameless Seishio. I originally thought that I could sell those sacred bones at the Dark Azura Hall, but I didn't expect you to open a fake black market to trick me. Just you wait, I'll soon recover from my injuries. At that time, I'll be able to use the sacred bones to forcefully comprehend the force of the heavens and earth and break through to become a ground penetrator. When the blue-clothed man spoke up to this point, his eyes suddenly turned blood red and were filled with boundless killing intent. At that time, I'll make all of you Seishio die. Star Moon Holy Land. I'll also make you pay a sufficient price. Roar. After the man finished speaking, he let out a low growl like a wounded beast. He quickly left the reef and hid in a deeper and more hidden reef. Big brother, look. On the sea map that Black Wolf left behind, he marked this location with a very large red dot. There are also Xiexio's ships all around. I'm guessing that the person from the Star Moon Holy Land must be hiding in the reef nearby. Xia Jun held the map and pointed at the sea in front of them. After experiencing the battle with the Black Wolf, he had clearly grown a lot and was no longer a rookie. Yifei was also very satisfied with Xia Jun's growth. Then, he looked at the densely packed Xiexio that surrounded the sea like ants and shook his head slightly. Although we found the right place, there are Xiexio everywhere here. It'll be very difficult to save someone under their eyes. How about we capture a few people and ask them about the situation? Xia Jun pointed at a few Xiexio that were flying over from afar. Obviously, they had already noticed Yi Fei and Xia Jun. Forget it. Interrogating them is too troublesome. It's also easy to obtain false information. We'll just go in directly, Yi Fei said after thinking for a while. Then, he threw a Black Wolf head token to Xia Jun. Xia Jun was not stupid. He immediately understood Yi Fei's intention and his eyes lit up. At this moment, the few Xiexio that were patrolling the sea also flew over. When they saw that Yi Fei and Xia Jun were alone, the group of Xiexio was stunned. It must be known that traveling in the Xiexio Sea was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they could be killed and robbed. Not only would they lose their lives, but their treasures would also be sold directly on the black market. Therefore, when the Xiexio went out, they would always be in a large group. The smallest group would be a dozen, while the largest group would be over 100. Those who traveled alone or in small groups were either people with a certain level of strength or were new rogue cultivators. When they saw that Yi Fei was not even a 10th-stage Wu Jun, they knew that he was the kind of person who did not have any strength. The few Xiexio that rushed over were immediately overjoyed and talked to each other without restraint. Haha, we're in luck this time. We actually met two fools who dare to travel alone in the Xiexio Sea. Sigh. It is too rude to call them fools in front of others. Calling them fat sheep sounds better. As they spoke, the group of Xiexio quickly surrounded Yi Fei and Xia Jun. The leader of the group raised his head and said proudly, "You too, fat sheep. No matter where you came from, immediately hand over all your treasures and get lost. Remember, in the future, don't travel alone in the Xiexio Sea. Travel in groups of at least 10. That way, you won't be in danger." Another two Xiexio walked over, seemingly kind, and reached out to grab Yi Fei's space belt. This was the first time Xia Jun had encountered such a situation. He could not help but nervously transmit his voice to Yi Fei. "Big brother, what should we do now? What else can we do? When we meet such ignorant people, we have to beat them up. Slap, 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 slap." As they spoke, Yifei had already grabbed the two Xiexio and slapped them twice. They were slapped so hard that their teeth came out of their mouths. They could only beg for mercy. The other Xiexio were also shocked. This brat doesn't want his life anymore. He even dares to hit people. Hurry up and let them go. Otherwise, we will extract your soul and refine it into a puppet. The Xiexio were very angry. Let's see who dares. Yifei did not feel that slapping two Xiexio was enough. He immediately walked over to the Xiexio in the lead and kicked him heavily. "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. We are the trusted aides of General Black Wolf. How dare you rob us? Oh no, that really is General Black Wolf's token. This person is so powerful." 8th stage Wu Jun actually kicked 10th stage Wu Jun to the ground. Fortunately, we did not provoke him. It was only now that the Xiexio present saw that the token in Yi Fei's hand was actually General Black Wolf's token. They were all scared out of their wits. 10th stage Wu Jun, who was kicked, hurriedly came over to apologize. "Sir, please forgive us. We did not know that you were sent by General Black Wolf." "Cut the crap. I'm in a very bad mood right now. You guys immediately hand over all your spatial rings. Only then will my anger be appeased." Yi Fei's gloomy expression made the Xiexio tremble inside. "What? You still want to rob us of our treasures?" 10th stage Wu Jun's eyes flashed with obvious anger. "What? You dare not accept this?" Yi Fei's eyes widened, and a terrifying aura suddenly came crashing down. 10th stage, Wu Jun instantly felt the aura of death enveloping him. There was actually such a genius under General Blackwolf. Even though he was unwilling to accept this, he could not say anything. On the contrary, 10th stage, Xieshio Wu Jun immediately put on the most sincere smile, took off his spatial ring, and said, "Sir, what are you saying? We have neglected our duties by making you unhappy. This bit of compensation is what we should do." Yes, it's what we should do. Sir, you must accept it." The other, Xieshio, hurriedly smiled as well. Their hearts were bleeding. They were already extremely angry that they had to work for free under Beast General and had to pay 1,000 spirit stones. Now, there was actually an even more ruthless person who had directly robbed them of their spatial rings. The Xieshio were smiling on the surface, but many of them were already tearing up on the inside. Xia Jun's worship of Yi Fei immediately rose to the highest level. He had originally thought that since they were infiltrating, they should keep a low profile and endure a little to avoid giving themselves away. However, Yi Fei's actions had really opened Xia Jun's eyes. As expected of Big Brother, I wonder when I, Xia Jun, will become such a martial veteran. I must learn more from Big Brother. Chapter 803. Waiting for an opportunity to act just like that. Yi Fei successfully passed the first check by the Xieshio. Xia Jun gave him a thumbs up in admiration and said, "Big Brother, I really have to hand it to you. You were able to sneak in and even extort them. You must teach me later. I was just lucky. However, even if we can pass the first check, we might not be able to pass the second one." Yi Fei was not happy that he had successfully deceived the group of Xieshio. He discovered that the Beast General had set up a very tight defense around the reef. In addition to the Xieshio patrolling the sea, there was actually another sentry on the reef in front. It seems that these Xieshio are determined to obtain the sacred bone of the Star Moon Sect's abandoned disciple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sealed it so tightly. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed. Although he had known that it would not be easy to find the disciple of the Star Moon Holy Land, Yi Fei had not expected that there would be so many Xieshio here. There were no less than 1,000 Wu Juns just setting up the sentry. If their identities were exposed, he and Xia Jun would be in danger. "Xia Jun, follow me closely later. If the situation is not right, we will take action." Yi Fei looked at the several powerful Xieshio flying over from the reef in the distance. These Xieshio were very strong. They were all Wu Jun's 10th stage Wu Jun, and the leader's aura was close to that of a half-step almighty. Xia Jun was a little surprised and worried. What if we are discovered if we start fighting directly? As long as we are fast enough, no one will discover us. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 Xieshio flying over. 2 of them were 10th stage Wu Jun, and one was close to a half-step almighty. Their strength was not bad, but it was still within the range that he could accept. Now, it was up to him to see if he could get away with it. "So it was you who held General Blackwolf's token and blackmailed my subordinates. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or else." Butcher flew over angrily. When he saw Yi Fei and Xia Jun's expressions, he was clearly stunned. Yi Fei's heart also skipped a beat. At this moment, he was already on high alert. Naturally, he saw Butcher's suspicious gaze towards the 2 of them. In the end, Butcher's status was not ordinary. He was slightly taken aback as his gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Fei did not wait for Butcher to speak. He suddenly shouted angrily at Butcher, "How dare you? It looks like you're not convinced that I stole your subordinate's treasure. Then I will beat you until you are convinced." Boom! Yi Fei activated his sword force and unleashed all of his combat strength. The terrifying sword light was like a mountain pressing down on Tu Fu. "You!" Butcher was stunned. At this moment, he finally realized that Yi Fei and Xia Jun were not General Blackwolf subordinates, but spies. This was because General Blackwolf subordinates definitely did not have an 8th tier Wu Jun genius who could comprehend sword force. In fact, It was impossible to find someone like that in the entire Xieshio Sea. However, before Butcher could speak, the mountain-like pressure caused him to spit out blood. The two subordinates beside him were beheaded before they could understand what was going on. Clean up the battlefield. Let's talk over there on the reef. Whoosh! Carrying the suppressed Butcher, Yi Fei quickly rushed over to the reef. Xia Jun also quickly grabbed the two Wu Jun's dead subordinates. The two of them quickly rushed up the reef. Fortunately for Yi Fei, he did not know if this guy in his hand was skilled or bold, but he actually only had two subordinates. After killing the two Xieshio's Wu Jun, Butcher was a general without an army. It was convenient for him to interrogate him. Speak. You guys have surrounded this sea region. Is the disciple of the Star Moon Holy Land inside? Speak and I will spare your life. Yi Fei stared coldly at Butcher. Only at that moment did the Butcher come back to his senses in shock. He was, after all, a martial lord nearing half a step into the almighty realm. Yet, he was captured alive by Yi Fei in an instant. The Butcher was so terrified his soul almost left his body. He was loyal to General Xiong Shou, but between loyalty and life, the Butcher clearly chose the latter. There was no need for Yi Fei to continue threatening him. Butcher had already explained in fear, "Don't kill me. We're not sincerely working for General Xiong Shou. The Star Moon disciple you're looking for is in the group of reefs in front of us. You can go look for him yourself." Look for him yourself? Do you think we are stupid? There are at least 80,000 reefs here, big and small. If we really want to search, we probably won't be able to finish searching in a year. Xia Jun sneered. He had the map left behind by Black Wolf after he died. Seeing that he could not deceive them, Butcher immediately sneered and said, "This Xieshio Sea is the world of the two patriarchs and the 7 generals. No matter who you are, if you provoke us, Xieshio, you will not have a good ending. I only know that if you don't speak the truth, you will not have a good ending now." Yi Fei held the Phoenix blood sword and pretended to kill Butcher. Anyway, there were many Xieshio here. After killing these few, he could capture a few more to continue questioning. He's not joking. Is he really going to kill me? Only then did the Butcher realize that Yi Fei did not seem to know his identity. He actually wanted to kill him as if he was just a small fry. The Butcher immediately panicked. It was not easy to get to this point. He did not want to die. Butcher finally became afraid and hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I am Beast General's most trusted confidant. If he finds that Xingyue disciple, he will definitely send me a message and ask me to bring reinforcements. Fine, I won't kill you, but you better not lie to me. Xia Jun, watch him. When that Beast General sends a message, then inform me." Bang! Yi Fei shattered Butcher's primordial spirit with a sword. He turned and walked to a cave at the side, planning to cultivate for a while. "Puffed, you actually destroyed my primordial spirit." Ah! Butcher's eyes were red. Wu Jun's primordial spirit was as important as a martial artist's dantian. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Butcher's cultivation was also gone. Butcher had killed people his whole life. Now that he had ended up like this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted on the ground in pain. Xia Jun did not have much sympathy for Xieshio like Butcher, who killed people like flies. He just had a lot of opinions about Yi Fei going to cultivate. "Big brother, I want to cultivate too. Why don't we each take turns to watch over her every day?" "No, this is a training opportunity that I specially gave you. Xia Jun, don't let me down." Yi Fei waved his hand and walked into the cave. Xia Jun's face was filled with grief and indignation. Being an underling was indeed not a good feeling. He could only helplessly guard the unconscious Xieshio outside and listen to the progress of Beast General's capture at the same time. Of course, this kind of progress could not be made in a short time. After all, that Xingyue disciple was able to force the 7 generals of Xieshio to take action together. This in itself proved his ability. Chapter 804. Discovering a Clue. I have 12 primordial spirits in my body. According to my estimation, I will need at least 10 million superior grade spirit stones to break through to the 9th level of Wujun. After giving half of the spirit stones I got from Black Wolf to Xiajun, I still have about 3 million left. Such a small amount of spirit stones is not enough for me to break through. Yi Fei frowned. He could only give up on the idea of breaking through during the seclusion. Besides, he still needed to find out about his sister. He did not have the time to completely focus on breaking through. It seems like I can only continue to study the Heavenly Tao sword canon. I hope that I can make use of this time to comprehend the first level of sword force to perfection. Yi Fei thought to himself. Although he had successfully integrated the force of heaven and earth under the dragon turtle's pressure and comprehended the sword force, it was still a preliminary understanding. At this moment, Yi Fei's sword force was not even half a level. He could still resist if he encountered an ordinary half-step almighty. If he encountered a powerful half-step almighty or multiple half-step almighties, it would be very difficult for him to resist. Yi Fei planned to make use of this time to improve his sword force as soon as possible. This way, he would have a greater advantage if he encountered the 7 generals of Xiexio. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.